am love. I am peace. I am free. I have abundance. I have everything within me. For I was, for I am, for I will always be. We are love. We are peace. We are free. We have abundance. We have everything within us. For we are, for we will always be. For Mother Earth is love. For Mother Earth has peace. For Mother Earth is free. For Mother Earth has abundance. For Mother Earth has everything within her. For she was, for she is, for she will always be. And so it is spoken, so it has been written, and it is done.
You have entered into a dimension of truth, where time does not exist and illusions are shattered. The journey of truth is intense. The journey of truth will set you free. Consider this a warning as you enter the dimension of Truth UnCONPromeyezed.
We are in the age of truth, freedom, love, prosperity, abundance, and peace. Welcome to Truth UnCompromised.
All right, family. Welcome to the Truth UnCompromised Show. I am your host, Rhonda, and tonight is Thursday, November 4th. We have a great show planned for you. We are actually on episode, woo, child, 50. 50, family. So we, in 2 weeks, we would be on this series for 1 year. Momma Terra and the consciousness of her people. So
recording in progress.
If this is your first time joining us, welcome. This particular series, we started the series going over a study that was conducted by the Alphabet Boys on consciousness. And so in that study, they admitted the power of creating things from your thoughts into the physical reality, or what you would call manifestation. They also admitted in that study that the way the concept of time is taught as being linear, past, present, and future, is not the case. Time is all in the now. So the past, the present, and future are based on a frequency level. They also admitted to astral traveling with your consciousness. And they also admitted kind of like remote viewing with your consciousness as well, and a whole bunch of other stuff. So if you want to know what they were talking about in that document, I highly encourage you to go back to the earlier episodes in this series And then also we provide you with the link to the actual document study. So we were just about to be done with the series, and then Brother Sean ran across some information. It's called, and you can get this book for free on Google search via PDF. The author wants you to do that, or you can buy it on Amazon. It's Path to Orion, Earthly Route to Peace with Justice by Emily Windsor Craig. So here is how it looks. So in this book, she did an excellent job. She starts off by talking about a galactic war that took place, the beings that were involved in the galactic war, and then she went into how 450,000 years ago the Anunnaki came to this particular planet. She said that because of the galactic war, Earth was damaged. I say it was an invasion. But she said when they arrived here, there were already people on Earth on the continent of North America. So in the book, she goes into the Anunnaki's belief systems. She talked about how the Anunnaki terraformed the planet. Now, she didn't say terraforming. I'm saying terraforming. She said the Anunnaki had to repair the planet because of the galactic war and how they sectioned off the planet to repair it. Okay. And so then she gets into how the concept of religion came with the Anunnakis coming to the planet, etc., etc. So a very good read. She used several sources for her book. So I would highly recommend it. And again, you can get it for free if you Google it via PDF, or you can download it. So we started getting deep into it, and then we kept bringing up the Terra Papers, and then shout out to Sis Tressie. She sent me a copy of Terra Papers. It's out of print. I have not had that book in a while. So we started getting into that. And in that particular book, they also go over the Galactic War. They go into a little bit more detail on the different species from other galaxies and how they were warring with each other and all of their different systems that they set up and how they fought each other, and then they formed federations to try to get along with each other, and then within those federations they basically go out and conquer other people's stuff. Sounds pretty familiar to me, but hey, that's the way it is. Okay. So in the middle of that, as we were going through that, Brother Christopher was reading a book, Wars of the Anunnaki, Nuclear Self-Destruction in Ancient Sumer by Dr. Chris H. Hardy. Oh my God, she is laying this out. Here's the book. You can get it on Amazon. Child, when I tell you she is leaving no stone unturned, she is basically using the Sumerian Text as her main source for the book. And the wealth of information that we're getting out of it is just amazing. She's going into how the Anunnaki, she's the first author that I've ever heard say that the Anunnaki, they are not these mysterious, powerful beings, magical, that's the word I'm trying to say, magical beings. She even goes as far to say that they are humans, but they had technology. So they use their form of terraforming the planet through technology. And so she also talks about, again, like the other authors do, how the Anunnaki brought religion. Now, interestingly enough, the way she's been breaking it down with the religion, the religion was something that was evolved over time for earthlings to worship them. Because initially that was not the case. And not only that, they themselves do not worship any type of higher being, higher power. So very, very good body of work. And then she also, once again, just like they did in the Terra papers, talked about these Anunnaki male beings who basically did not have the power. They were not really running the show. They reported back up to a galactic federation. And the head of that galactic federation, they had a council, which was a council of women. So they answered to women, including the almighty Anu, which a lot of people refer to Anu as the Most High. Okay, so even down to the Jewish and Christian faiths with Yahweh. Okay, so she's doing an excellent job. We're going to pick back up on this week, although I have a bunch of supplemental material, child, because stuff been jumping off. So before I bring on my host, let me just give a shout out to the fam. Shout out to son Scotty. He was in the house early tonight as usual. Nisi Pooh is in the house, so she's going to come up if the babies don't find her in that closet, because I know you in that closet trying to hide from them babies or in that garage. So she's going to come up and give us the land report. So shout out to Brother Randy. Shout out to Black Love 777. Shout out to Queen Ottawa. Good to see you, Queen. Shout out to Bella Perry. Hey, peace and love, Sis Shan. It's good to see you, beloved. Shout out to Thelma. And so we're going to go ahead and get started. Let me bring on my co-host. And yeah, y'all, a sister had to take a break last week. I hit the wall, honey, between just regular life. I think them podcasts is what's putting a lot on my plate, but I have to get them out, y'all, because there's so much going on. But that's okay. We're back this week. So let me bring on Sis Sandra. Okay, so here we go. Peace and love, sis.
Peace and love to you, Sis Rhonda, and to the family, and Brother Sean and Brother Scotty.
How you doing, sis?
I'm okay.
Good to hear your voice.
Thank you. It's good to meet you.
Yeah.
I just saw a video about your Anunnaki.
Child, where?
This McAllisterTVOnline.com. You know, the first time I've ever heard about the Anunnaki was on this show here. I've been here on the show for over 5 years now. And this is the first time, that was the first time I ever heard of the creation story being their thing. And so...
you mean for this particular, is it a YouTube channel?
For your YouTube show, YouTube channel, it was the first time I ever heard about it.
Oh, okay. Mm-hmm.
So I'm watching this McAllisterTVOnline.com.
Mm-hmm.
And she's talking about the Anunnaki.
Child.
And wait a minute, it gets even worse. And they are downtown LA.
Wait a minute, child.
I know it. I said, what? You know that Hollywood arch that the stars go to for the awards and all that kind of stuff, the red carpet and stuff? Mm-hmm. That's his temple types arch. It's off Highland somewhere down in there, and that's in Lil's temple.
Wait, child, let me get my capacities together. Not the Kodak Theater. You got the Kodak Theater
Yeah,
there.
right down there by the Kodak Theater. Yeah, yeah.
Okay, because I know that area because I remember when that Kodak Theater wasn't there, but continue. Okay, I'm with you now.
All that statuary and all that kind of stuff. That's in Lil's temple.
It don't surprise me.
It was dedicated in 1916. That's when they built it and dedicated it.
Wait a minute, but the Kodak Theater and stuff wasn't there, so it's something specific in that area you saying that the lady is saying?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay,
there is an arch there. They have it shrouded in black now. Mm-hmm. And they don't know if that symbolizes his time is up. You know, because they're supposed to change the gods that's over the world, and he's supposed to be replaced by Enki, right? So
right, because remember we're guesstimating that when the age change,
yeah,
that the god changed. So we're going into what? We're into Aquarius now. We're leaving Pisces now because Enki was the fish. Enki was Pisces. So I don't know who's gonna be the Aquarian, but I'm sorry, continue.
So anyway, they have this whole elaborate thing, and they were talking about the pedophile stuff in Hollywood.
Can't say that word.
Oh yeah, well, let's see. The messing with the kids.
Yeah.
Messing with the kids. And they were talking about how come they took the Haitian children because they are Rh negative. They talk about the Enlil in relationship to that. They talk about the Baldwin situation.
That seems like some type of psyops to me, but I could just be
you're right.
A tinfoil hat moment, and I'll own that and accept that. But that's okay. Continue.
She said it's more like hit because the lady that was demised was going to was doing a documentary on the pedophilia. See the chick.
Can't say that.
Wait a minute. Let me see how I'm going to say it. The chillins. I say the word chillins. On the chillins being taken all the time. She was going to write it up. She was going to do a documentary and present it. And old Baldwin allegedly had all that stuff, the chillins on his computer, you know, and he was a hit. It was a hit. So to not let her do that. So that Enlil thing is a portal, a gateway. Mm-hmm. And they talked about how they used it to go through 2 different dimensions, like you're talking about. Mm-hmm. And they went back, super soldiers go back, like in 1886, and they're all, they were working for the C, 3 letters.
I got you.
You see? And so they were being trained on how to go back, like that patent you had about time travel.
Time travel. Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. And pick up, you know, like steal an apple from somebody's place, and then eat it, and then they'll come back over into this time frame, and then, you know, dissect that apple out and see if they really got it and if it was successful.
So they were testing it, basically.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's how they train them.
Okay. I'm with you. Okay.
Yeah, testing that they can do it, that they can do the job, and they go forward, they go back, and there's some kind of creatures they have to get away from. It was a very informative video.
Very interesting. So let me try to write this down, child, and see what this lady is talking about. What's the name of her site again, sis?
Her McAllister TV online.com, and I will send you right now her video.
Cool. Okay.
Because I sent it to my son and I didn't, you know, send it to you, and I got his feedback, and he don't like
No worries. Okay.
So anyway, it was very informative. It talks about things that's happening now. I think I can send this to you.
Yeah, you should be able to. You're gonna text it to me. I would have to look at it, unfortunately, before I play it live. Cause child, YouTube nowadays and these squeaks, you can barely play anything.
You can't. Well, she has a lot, and it was a lot, lot of stuff she was saying.
Which is probably why she has her own website versus being on YouTube.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. I got two numbers of yours. I don't know. Oh, yeah. I'll have to go check and see.
Yeah. I'll That's probably why you didn't get my text, because I texted you last week.
I didn't get it.
Girl, child, maybe I got your wrong number.
Yeah, because
I just got what you sent me.
Oh, you did?
Yep. Let me see.
Okay, good. So
child, I texted the wrong number. That's why you didn't get my text last week. I sure did.
You probably text my home number.
Okay. Yeah, I do. I think I do have both your numbers. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Not my fault. Because, I sure texted you last week.
I'm like, why she didn't tell me?
Because I told you early in the morning, and I'm like, oh, I hope I didn't wake her up, because I keep forgetting you on the West Coast. So.
No, I didn't get it.
Yeah,
but she talks about everything that's going on right now. And why it's going on, and who's conducting it, and that when those movie stars know who Enlil is, and they honor him.
Oh, now that's interesting. I wouldn't have thought that. Let me rephrase that. I don't think they all know. I think the higher up on the chain you are, and the more connected you are with the powerful families that have passed power down within their family from generations.
She speaks of that too. They speak of that too.
I can see them knowing, but I don't think everybody.
They talk about the Browns, the Nuisance. They talk about the Gettys, and what their part in the chili.
Oh, child, yeah, I'm gonna have to check sis out then.
Yeah,
okay, I'm gonna have to check her out and see what she talking
about.
The
third video, and she had two more prior to with the continuing information.
Okay, well, that's why she has her own site. There's no way she can get on any of these social media platforms.
Exactly. She cannot. She has to do it herself. And so she puts all this stuff up. And that was the third one, because I was driving and I couldn't, I didn't know what she was about to say until I kept listening and listening and listening.
Yeah.
I said, so when you come down to ancestry, though, these people are part of that Anunnaki.
Absolutely. Yeah, they are. Because they tie back, they tie to those royal families also. Absolutely they are.
Yeah, she talked about Pelosi. She talked about
Yeah.
Yeah,
they're connected. They're connected for sure.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, thanks for the info. I'm gonna definitely check her out and see what we can allow to be talked about. And that's the thing, family. Although, this is YouTube's platform, they have a right to say what folks can put out or can't. That is their business. It is their shit at the end of the day. But the censorship is way, way out of control.
Too much.
It is. And that's why a lot of people are going, offline doing stuff. And I know a lot of people are going to Patreon. But now I'm hearing people complain about Patreon, honey, sending them notes saying, honey, what they can and cannot put on Patreon.
And people having trouble with Rumble.
Oh, really?
I think it's Rumble. Let me see. I'll double check. because she was talking. I remember they was talking about.
And now Patreon, honey, let me tell you something. They so raw with it because I'm subscribed to a couple people's Patreon. And y'all, Patreon getting so brutal, they're charging us taxes.
You must be monetized or something.
Well, the Patreon, because you pay a subscription to that content creator on Patreon, and now they're starting to charge us taxes, and I'm like, y'all gonna have to come off that platform because I'm not voting well at all paying them taxes on listening to folks' content. I got a effing attitude on that. So you're paying state sales taxes. So literally, fam, it's gonna go back to people just doing their own individual sites. Because the censorship it's unreal. The content that we really want to get across, we can't even get across.
You know, freedom of
and
speech is
you know,
not
I
freedom.
can't fault them. It is these people's stuff. It's definitely their stuff, but it's frustrating.
Well, it's a public forum, but it's privately controlled. So you don't have any public forums anymore.
No,
You have a controlled private forum
absolutely.
that you can only say what they want you to say. It's like Nazi Germany. How about that?
Yeah, I think we had more freedom of the press per se probably back in the 70s than we do now. Although we have all of these different social media platforms, they brought all of this stuff out to, number one, get us comfortable with telling all your business on social media. Because I be seeing people, I'll just be like, you done set up here and dry snitched on yourself. You done told all your motherfucking business on who you lay up with, what your financial situation is, who you're arguing with, who you're beefing with. So they put this stuff out here. The number one reason is to gather data on the populace. Out the gate.
Yeah.
Those of us that do a little bit of deductive reasoning, we already knew what it was. And Facebook was the first one out the gate to do it. I guess you could say MySpace was the test run, which is hence why Facebook just rebranded itself as Meta. Meta really just means categorizing of data. So that was the number one reason to get the data on the populace. This is around the world, worldwide. They already got that check. Next thing was to get you hooked on it where you feel you cannot live without it. Check.
I know.
The third and the final stage is to get you so comfortable is that you're going to want to incorporate social media and technology into everything that you do to the point of creating your own virtual world. That's what they're implementing now. That's step 3. And we're going to talk about that a little bit tonight in an update I have for the fam. That's where we are right now. I'm sorry, go ahead, sis.
She kind of hit on that too, about the nanobots and all that kind of stuff. I said, oh my God, this girl is
so
deep.
She's good. Yeah, I'm going to have to check sis out. Okay, lady.
Yeah,
she definitely give you a check out.
She's really deep on that. So it's just that there's certain states that they're going to use as testing grounds for, like bioweapons and stuff like that. And
well, remember that, and I got censored for that too. Nisi Poo sent me that information about that test they ran 2 weeks ago in New York. bio warfare test.
Yeah, and Yorkie. Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They telling me my internet is unstable.
Yeah.
I must be bringing up some rhythms that they don't like. But anyway, it's a really interesting how they're going to control the narrative about the hoochie coochie and the plan they have for the finance. Actually.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Well, let me bring in son Scotty and then brother Sean. Okay. Peace and love, son Scotty.
Peace and love. Peace and love. Can y'all hear me?
Yep, we can hear you. How are you?
I'm great. I'm good. So glad to be back.
Yeah.
Good to hear y'all voices.
Good to hear your voice.
And everything.
Good.
Yes.
Good deal. Let me bring on brother Sean and then we're going to get it cracking. Peace and love, brother Sean.
Wholeness and power. What's good, y'all?
Oh, good. It's all good. How are you?
I'm great.
Good.
I'm great.
Good. It's good to hear your voice.
Likewise.
Yeah.
Bro Scotty.
Yo, what up, bro? Sean.
It's your world. Your world.
All right. So Sis Sandra went in giving us the little update. So we'll start with you, son Scotty. You have any go ahead on with the fuckery for the fam?
I don't really have any go on with the fuckery because I've been kind of tapped out of the matrix working on this project, but the project is very much in tune with what we be talking about on the show, because without giving too much of it away, like the main theme of it is that the divine feminine, the melanated divine feminine, has to make the ultimate sacrifice by bringing down the patriarchy. And
it's because it's based, because I want you to stay up in there to get this tea, and I want you to be safe in the process. But child, keep going, but don't
right, yes. So because it's based off of the Black Panthers, and so you know how we was talking about, you know, these groups that come out of, you know, our communities that's supposed to be for the people and this and that, and a lot of times their messages are like, you know, the white man this and the white man that, and it's all about the enemy that's without. But what about the enemy within? And so you have the divine melanated feminine taking out the patriarchy, the Black patriarchy.
Wait, what?
Yes, the women are the leadership.
You see why I be dancing on your motherfucking head on a regular. But go ahead on.
That's literally what I'm just like, yes, this is like this is so in line with what, you know, what we be talking about. And so, yeah, I just been in that world.
I know you was tripping like, wow.
Hella tripping. And even when Sis Sandra was talking about the whole Hollywood and Holland, that area, they have a lot of little, if you don't really pay attention, you just think it's like a tourist thing, but they little I don't know what you can altars to these gods.
Shrines to the gods. Yes, exactly.
Shrines, exactly, yes.
Yep.
I mean, they even got one building right here by USC. It's called the Shrine. Huge ass, you know, Masonic building. They got all the little statues and all that around there. They have award shows there and all that. So it's like, it's right in our faces, you know, their plans for colonization. Like they said, they hit every segment of your community, your sports, your entertainment, your government, your education, your everything. And so Yeah, like I was driving by through there. I was literally go through that area, Hollywood and Highland. And so um
That's in Lil on that statue, you know. They say that's in Lil up there.
that's who?
In Lil?
Oh, in Lil. Yeah, and speaking of the, in Lil and these people and these groups and their depraved activity with the chilling,
Right.
they that be in the fourth, like these how to try to say it, like it's so embedded in the culture that people don't even see the sickness of it. It's like it's
Exactly.
celebrated and people don't even know what they're
What
celebrating.
they're
They just blindly
celebrating.
go along with it.
Absolutely.
And so
Agreed.
that's another thing too, with being tapped out of the matrix and going into being a creator. You actually see the matrix for what it is way much more. Like that one time, bro, Chris was saying, like you see the loops, you see the agents that work on your trauma and your fear to keep you in that cycle of being the food, the low vibrational food that they need to live off on.
Yep.
And the energy that you have within you to create can be harnessed in so many different ways. And for us to be so blind to it that it just gets taken away to create these things, because like with the metaverse and all of that, like I'm looking at all this stuff too, the NFTs and this and that, like the whole
it's wild. It's wild, and it's like everything that I have been talking about for at least 3 years. I know it's been longer than that, but I'm just gonna say 3 years. It's literally coming to pass, and people still like la 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 tra la la. Okay, but sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
And that's the thing. No, go ahead, sis.
I want to interject one thing that lady said that was astonishing. And most of the women in Hollywood that she was talking about are men.
I knew you was gonna say that, and I was gonna say, don't say that. I read your thought before you said it.
So when we're talking about the defiant feminine, they're trying to be the defiant feminine. That's why I brought it up.
Yeah. And that was, yes. And so that reminded me of what I was going to say as I'm working on this project, and it's about the divine feminine and taking the matriarchy and these same sciences that these people will flip on you like they do in Hollywood. They do everything. You want to do everything backwards, do it the opposite way to, garner that energy,
right,
that, fucking low vibrational shit that keeps them going.
Right.
And yeah, oh yes, in the statues it's always some weird shit with the little children sitting on the lap, and it's like the same statues. I mean, what you want to call them? Enlil, you want to call it Santa Claus, you want to call it Baphomet, you want to call it Pan, Peter Pan. Like they just want to flip the mythology on you, but it's still the same sick ass shit.
It's just rebranded.
Right. For joy, for the children.
Agreed.
And so I guess my going with the fuckery to tie that up is just like, it's a storyline and a narrative and a script for every fucking thing. And they is not original. So if you read and pay attention enough, you're going to see their fucking repetitive ass program. Absolutely. And if you can see their repetitive program, you can recognize the repetitive program that you have absorbed into yourself and cut that shit out.
Indeed.
So,
All right. Very good drop, son Scotty. Very, very good drop. Nisi Pooh, I see you in here, Sweet Pea. I'm going to let Brother Sean give his fuckery report, and then we're going to go into your land report. Okay, Brother Sean, what you got on go ahead on with the fuckery.
Well,
That takes me out every time you say that, but go ahead.
debating. I am so sick and fucking tired
Uh-oh, Sean finna get started.
of dumbass debates
Mm.
that ain't got shit to do with nothing but motherfuckers' egos.
Child.
It don't have a
Man,
goddamn thing to do with the struggle.
Mm-hmm.
It's not putting the movement in a positive light. I mean, it's just pure ignorance.
Yeah.
Why do people spend so much goddamn time trying to prove something to somebody else or make somebody else look bad? I mean, if you were about your work, if you were about your purpose, you wouldn't have time to debate with a motherfucker over stupid shit. Why do people think that debates actually accomplish anything?
You look like a fool.
Yeah, I mean, the whole rest of the world is sitting back looking at us like these dumb fucks can't figure out shit.
I know they dumped in the motherfucker.
Mm.
That's why they keep losing. Agreed.
I mean, I'm sure they looking at it like by now we've played our entire fucking hand. We have no more cards left
To
to
show.
turn over.
Agreed.
And these motherfuckers still fighting each other.
Child.
They still putting in paperwork.
Child.
They still begging for shit
Child.
and still wanting to be victims.
Child. That part.
How the fuck you gonna be a god and a victim at the same goddamn time?
Can you just run that back again for the slow motherfuckers in the back?
How can you be
bars.
a god and a victim at the same motherfucking time?
That part.
It's like a whole community full of Joe Bidens.
Oh God. Woo, baby,
Man,
that's insulting.
fucking senile cokeheads.
Because that's what all that goddamn bullshit sound like. I mean, you never get to hear nobody talk. They just arguing at each other, talking at the same time. You got 3, 4 motherfuckers talking at the same time.
About some bullshit.
Right. And I mean, majority of the time it ain't even about the topic. They name calling and all type of bullshit like that.
Yep.
What is that proving?
Nothing.
What is that accomplishing? We're supposed to be creating new shit. We're supposed to be leaving all that dumb low vibrational shit behind. That right there goes to show you who ain't gonna make it. You don't vibrate high enough.
Child.
I don't give a fuck if you know that you indigenous or aboriginal or what the fuck ever.
Mm-hmm.
If you vibrating low as fuck, you done for.
Yep.
But I digress at that point.
Well, all right then. Okay then, brother Sean, and I just want to add a little bit on it. The old heads have set a horrible example, and I'll put my generation in that shit also. It was a horrible example set because everybody want to run around and be a scholar. Everybody want to put how much knowledge they didn't learn they did on Front Street. But don't nobody want to do no real motherfucking work.
That part.
Mm.
And then when it's really time to do some motherfucking work, you see who really about that life. And most ain't about that life that be in front of the camera talking that bullshit. Most ain't about that life. The old heads have set a horrible example. And still some of them got their old motherfucking asses still doing the same shit. And it's embarrassing at this point. Ain't built the goddamn thing. But a quote YouTube platform, and that bitch can be snatched from you whenever YouTube feel the fuck like they want to, which is their right because it's their shit. It's embarrassing. So I say again, this is about that soul work. This is about what you do for yourself individually, what you do for your family, what family legacy are you building and are you leaving? If a person can't show that, I'm going to be honest, we really ain't got shit to talk about.
Hey, sis.
Yes, sir.
But you already know it's certain people shit that they ain't gonna take down because they serving a purpose, keeping all this bullshit going.
I 1000%
Yes.
agree. 1000.
Yes.
They saying it's an echo.
Yeah,
I hear it now. That might be you, son, Scotty.
Somebody's mic is on.
Okay.
Is it me?
All right. I don't think I hear it now. Okay. I'm sorry. Go ahead. Go ahead, Brother Sean.
Yeah, it's like
I know.
I mean, some of this is just you work for them people. That's how you got those numbers. You work for those people. That's how you become a multimillionaire. Now, I mean, how many grassroots operations have our people put together and came up with millions? And then to have millions and ain't doing shit, but still asking your people for shit, then set up and bragged about having millions, but still begging people for shit.
Oh, yeah. And then to turn around and cuss the public plumb the fuck out when they don't get said millions.
Right.
I know they looking at it like them some dumb motherfuckers.
Mm-hmm. My thing is, how do you think that you are all that? How do you think that you are the entire fucking movement? How do you think that you are every fucking bloodline and you are the authority on everything fucking indigenous? How?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And me personally, I ain't got no time for no debates or none of that dumb shit with nobody. I ain't about to help your ratings. I ain't about to help you get no viewers. None of that shit like that. To me, anybody that say that they all that and you this connected, this, that, or the other, and know all this, that, or the other, don't come for me on social media. Mm-hmm. If you that connected, then you know where to find me.
Ooh, shit.
And I don't give a fuck who it is. Pull up on me. Please pull up on me.
Y'all know we some gangsters over here. The quiet gangsters. Child, who done pissed you the fuck off?
I'm just tired of this
It's
bullshit.
I know. And
And
folks
these
too old
soft,
for it.
yeah, and these soft motherfuckers thinking they tough and ain't been through a motherfucking thing. Soft batch cookie ass motherfuckers. I'm just tired of all the goddamn shit talking. And motherfuckers ain't doing shit but lining their motherfucking pockets.
Yep.
Yeah.
And then think that they have the authority to decide who should and should not be in our community. Only thing you can decide is who gonna be in your tribe.
Exactly. Mind your motherfucking business. Child.
It's just either we gonna get shit right and start banging on the real enemy, which begins with self.
That's right.
Healing your motherfucking self, cleaning around your doorstep.
That's right.
Before you can say shit about anything that's happening in anybody else's house.
That's right.
So I'm just saying, I ain't got no time for debates. None, period. Dot. I'm not even going to end it. I ain't gonna go back and forth with nobody on social media. Like I say, if you all this shit that you think you is, I'm not a difficult person to find.
Child, what the fuck happened to these squeaks? Shit, I be slow with the YouTube squeaks. Well, it is what it is.
So I'm not gonna name nobody.
No, don't.
None of that
Don't.
shit.
Don't.
It ain't out of fear.
It doesn't need to be named. Because
Right.
if it's all that deep, shit, pull up.
Please do.
Pull
I've been
up
bored.
a bit.
I've been bored.
Child. Pull up, because I'm just going to sip my water.
We ain't got to go live. We ain't got to make a bunch of noise, hooping and hollering. We could go off in a private little corner somewhere where there ain't nobody at. No witnesses, no nothing. And I guarantee you I'm coming home.
Child, what the fuck? Well, I understand, Brother Sean. I understand. I totally understand.
Because this shit is just ridiculous.
It's immature. There's other pressing things going on. And in the words of my baby sis, I ain't got it to give. I just don't. And I'm okay with people not liking my content, not liking my platform, shit, even not liking me. I don't give a fuck. If it's not for you, it's not for you. But all of whatever's going on with people talking about each other behind their back, that shit is petty as fuck to me. It's childish. It's motherfucking childish. I mean, how I grew up and what I was taught, you got a problem with somebody, you take that shit one-on-one. You pull a motherfucker to the side, you look them in their motherfucking eyeballs, and you tell them what your beef is with them. You don't need an audience to do that. I don't know what the situation was. It ain't none of my business what the fuck went on, but this YouTube beef street shit is so motherfucking childish, it's sickening.
It's the really hip-hop beef all over again. Except you ain't got no rappers going at it.
Yeah. Yeah, and a lot of times, and like, again, I don't know what this particular situation is. It's for entertainment in some cases.
Yeah, but, that's all it was.
Yeah, but if you're talking about serious business, allegedly and supposedly, and you're about business, then beefing should not be involved. And this is the shit that I'm talking about from an old head perspective, OGs. And Sean, our generation, we carried that shit forward, not you and I personally, but you know what I'm saying, the generation. And you ought to be fucking ashamed of yourself. You got motherfuckers in their 40s and their 50s jumping on social media, talking about people like a motherfucking dog, and I'm like, bruh, what the fuck? So, I mean, if that's what you want to leave, a digital footprint of your old ass sitting up there with gray in your motherfucking beard, talking shit about other people, that's your business. Leave that blueprint. It ain't a good look. But it don't like my motherfucking opinion matters. Just to me, it's not a good look. Meanwhile, said black community that you allegedly and supposedly motherfucking care about, toe up from the motherfucking flow up.
Mm-hmm.
Black boys dying at an alarming rate.
Girls too.
Girls too. Generation after generation of poverty. None of that shit is a priority. But somebody supposedly and allegedly stepping on your toes in these motherfucking YouTube streets, that's a priority. Versus you claim you're for the people. That's hypocrisy. That's some bullshit. But yet when people that really come out with the truth and say, focus on your fucking family. Do you all understand how the fuck the state the family is in the black community? Get your mental health together. Sweep around your own doorstep. Oh, bitch, you crazy. You out of your motherfucking mind. You a man hater. I will be all of those things. But is it truth? And we have to be honest with each other. The bullshit sells in the black community. The bullshit sells in the black community. If I wanted to come on this bitch and sell some bullshit, I would have high numbers too. If I would come on here and sell some bullshit, I can have high numbers too. You come on this bitch talking about some truth, and the rawer you get with the motherfucking truth, the more pissed off the people get. And then people want to sit up and piss, whine, moan, and complain. The white man this. They giving a black woman everything. This, that. Are you fucking kidding me? Again, I did not grow up with puss-ass men. I didn't. I'm sorry. I just did not. They were men. Were they perfect? Hell motherfucking no. Far from it. But they were men. They took care of their families. They didn't whine. But when you start getting to some real truth, oh, you negative. Oh, but a victim mentality is not negative. Being a fucking victim is not negative. Running a victim mentality for 400 plus years isn't negative. Carrying the label and the legacy of slavery isn't negative. But that's what the fuck sells. I could come on this bitch and change this platform up next week. Power to the people. Fuck the white man. The white man's the devil. And I would get the fucking numbers. Yes, sir.
You can't forget the cleavage, though.
Ooh.
Oh no.
If you go change it up, you got to give up some cleavage for them numbers.
So I got to look in the back of my underwear drawer, pull out the motherfucking bustier, boost up the girls. Child. Yeah, that too. That too.
I mean, doctrine is doctrine.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, be it from the old motherfuckers who stuck in a time that is not beneficial no more, be it the different motherfucking unconscious nigga groups that want to be arguing back and forth like they arguments is going to come to something.
And they
be
never
it the
do.
motherfucking informant agent motherfuckers who just in the mix to cause confusion.
Exactly.
And that's all they doing. They don't give a fuck. They like, yes,
right.
we got these niggas arguing and confused. Job done. The doctrine is the doctrine. Be it you motherfucking gossiping about shit that don't fucking matter. They just want you to be in some form of doctrine because then they got you hooked. They got you in the loop. They got you fucking distracted and just fucking a vessel for the bullshit to flow through continuously.
Because ain't no work being done on self. None of that. Because you can't build anything if you all fucked up.
Mm-hmm.
So it is what it is. Yes, sir.
Oh man,
Mm-hmm.
I love the feminine body, the curves, all that stuff. But to me, if you're trying to put out a serious message and want somebody to take you serious,
oh shit, I know where you're going.
Just say you got to cover them up because ain't nobody gonna hear what the fuck you talking about. Okay, other sisters or whatever might be like, oh, go ahead, girl, do you whatever. But most guys that are watching,
heard shit you said.
They looking at titties.
Yeah, that's how y'all nasty asses are. You see it in business.
I'm just keeping it real.
No, you literally see it in business. I know what the fuck you're talking about.
Mm-hmm.
Working in corporate America, I learned that shit early in my 20s, and it wasn't even like I was showing no cleavage. Just have something on form fitting, and you talking to that motherfucker, and he down here. You like, bitch, I'm up here. And that's why I was so glad when they went to, just dress casual, and then in tech, we like our jeans and a sweat top. I was so fucking glad we went to that. Cause they looking at every fucking thing and not focusing on what the fuck you talking about. Yeah, I know how it's played.
Mm-hmm.
Cause when they do finally see you dressed up, oh, you really look nice. You so pretty. I'll be like this. Bitch, this is why I don't get dressed up. I'm not up in here looking for no date.
No, sometimes it'd be like, sometimes it's like, oh, you can talk? Like, I didn't even know you could talk.
Brother Sean, let me tell you, it's so bad. It is so bad. Some men's opinion of women. Somebody sent me some information. Now, they sent the shit to me. Let's be clear. Sis, take a look at this, what you think. I looked it up. It was a dude. I said, oh. Went right back. You see that? That's this, and that. And they were like, damn, that's what Sean said. I said, motherfucker, why would I need Sean? Bitch, who did you see? No, sis. I said, no, you trying to be fucking slick and I don't appreciate it. Don't underestimate me.
Right.
Wow.
I was so fucking, I cussed that motherfucker out.
I hate that when people underestimate you.
I'll be sitting there like, and men have that bad. Oh, well, brother so-and-so. Oh, okay. And I give them enough rope and let them hang their motherfucking self every time. But yeah, unfortunately, that's how men are.
Yeah. Because I was about to say, the bar is set so low for niggas. Nobody expects nothing out of us. Like, I swear to God, like,
right.
And this is why it's this whole thing.
I
like,
agree.
I mean, with the toxic niggas is gonna pull the most. That's why the unconscious community niggas is like that the way they are. The more toxic and dumb and just buy into the bullshit you are, the women come flocking, and that it's an unhealthy mentality.
It's very unhealthy.
Why should the most low vibration of us be fucking coming together in a big fucking group and having babies and doing all types of shit, just breeding more fucking stupidity?
Exactly. But you know what, son Scotty? That just shows you how sick said community is. And how it's participation on both parts, men and women.
Mm-hmm.
Because I be goddamn if I'm gonna let somebody sit up and run through me and treat me like shit just because you claim you done read a couple of motherfucking books. And that's the part that be blowing my mind when I talk about, okay, well, what type of person are they really?
Mm-hmm.
What do they really stand on? How do they move with other people? How do they treat other people? How do they treat their family? People looking at me like I'm fucking crazy. And these are women. I'm like, bitch, that's all it takes. It's for somebody to pretend they got it. That's all it takes for you. Mm-hmm. Something's broken within you. That's not healthy. Something's wrong with that. And these conscious pimps be, I mean, the lower of the gutter of the gutter of the gutter. And not saying that you can't come from gutter, but it's how did you raise yourself up from that situation? How are you moving? And most of them just then picked up a motherfucking book, can string a couple of little sentences together. Some of them that maybe are street, mix a little street knowledge in there, and that's supposed to impress me? Nah, nigga, I'm finna drill you, and I bet you I'm gonna get down and see how intellectual you really are and how you really move with your family.
The thing is, though, sis, so many people are so hard on themselves, haven't forgiven themselves, haven't healed, where it doesn't take much for somebody to get next to them. Hey, beautiful, great rising queen.
All in your motherfucking DMs.
Empress.
Stinking bitch. Go ahead.
And all they got to do is keep doing that for a while. Show a little consistency. You know, like the post, comment.
Right.
This, that, or the other. And before you know it, she on a goddamn plane to someplace to see a motherfucker she don't even really know.
Child, I'm not the motherfucking 1, the 2, or the 3. I don't give a fuck about none of that, bruh.
And guys doing it too, like dumbasses, traveling across the country to go see a broad in the hood, and she set your ass up and you get robbed.
Yep, I heard dudes say that. I'm like, that's what you get. Ho ass, you got took. Yep. Yep.
I mean, we have to look at ourselves.
It all starts with self. It's like if you don't value yourself more than that, for somebody to come in your motherfucking inbox and throw you a few compliments, and then you're willing to give over the most precious part of you, your body and your time. Nah, nigga. If you getting my time and my body, you got to be exceptional. And no, I don't want to hear about what you working on. We beyond that, goddammit. I don't want to hear what you working on. What you fixing to do.
The potential.
Right, fuck all of that. Potential was in the 20s. I don't want to hear none of that. What are you doing now? And it better be exceptional. And don't think you could just run some game on me by talking because you didn't read books. Nigga, I got books stacked up this high. I read them too, bitch. Now what? Run those receipts. And don't think you could bring phony ones, motherfucker, because I'm a hell of a researcher and investigator, bitch. I cross-check your receipts. That's what every one of you deserve. But you have to be that exceptional person also. You have to work on self and value self and love self. We cannot fool ourselves and lie to ourselves and run around talking about building this great empire, this community, and these tribes if you don't fucking have the basics down. Do you not understand that if you don't have your shit together, if you don't love yourself, if you don't know how to pick loving partners, and if you have children, what the fuck do you expect them babies to do? You are responsible for self and your legacy. You are. Get your shit together. I mean, you don't have to get your shit together. We're just telling you we see the bullshit for what it is. We see the bullshit for what it is. How many
heart chakras?
Yeah. How many conscious pimps, Brother Sean, have we just personally known been running game on folks, running harems of women?
And men.
If child took the words out of my motherfucking mouth. Nah, I don't know about you, sis. I can't deal with no man. You AC, we used to say, my aunt and them used to say back in the day, ACDC. When I first heard my aunt say that, I said, what? She said, yeah, ACDC, men and women. And you ain't disclosing that shit, because I don't care what anybody does in their bedroom. Everybody deserves to be respected. But you literally have these conscious pimps out here running game on how masculine and manly they are. And child... And then on top of it, be down in the gay people. When I found that out on some of them people, I was thoroughly disgusted. But I'm like, it makes sense.
Hypocrites.
Yeah, hypocrites. Y'all have no idea what be going on behind the scenes. Back in the day, we called like all these sexual diseases VD. Because you never knew what the specific name of the motherfucking disease was.
Right,
It was just VD.
Venereal.
Right.
Venereal disease.
Right, remember it was just VD. Such and so got VD. Child.
Or the clap.
Yeah, I heard the clap too. So, You got VD running heavily in these groups. And what just trips me out, now you are talking about playing with your life. Literally, you can be taken out laying up with somebody.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not talking babies. I'm not talking babies. I'm talking adults. But yet, somehow, they want to convince us that we are going to rule something. How? It's literally laughable at this point. It's laughable. As I say all the time, it's only going to be 1%. I know me personally, I'm not finna stress myself out over no bullshit. I don't care what conscious, unconscious, indigenous, not indigenous, red, black, and green. I'm not finna stress myself out over folks' bullshit. If folks are serious, you link up with the right serious people offline. You definitely don't need to be on social media playing in the motherfucking thing. But no, totally agree.
They don't know the art of war. They ain't studied it. They don't know nothing. They
Let
really
them
don't.
tell it they did because they done read the book.
They don't enter and overstand chess. Because, I mean, you wouldn't be sitting up on social media discussing everything the way that people do. Oh, well, we're about to do this and we're about to do that. And then the minute you try that shit, you run into a dead end because they didn't change shit up because your dumb ass didn't fucking told them what the fuck you was finna do.
Yep.
And you wonder how come agents are always able to get off into your shit. You too wide open.
Exactly. Running your MF mouth.
Instead of everybody trying to do shit all over the goddamn world, start in your house first with yourself.
I've always said that. Yep. We've always said that.
Then your household, your neighbor, so forth and so on.
Absolutely.
Take care of the immediate area that you're in. How the fuck you gonna tell somebody something in another state of what they should be doing? And you fucked up.
Exactly.
You ain't did a motherfucking thing.
Exactly.
And then, even if you do something, why go around talking about it?
Right.
Just do it because that's in you to do.
To do. Absolutely.
Looking for all these accolades about it and this, that, or the other. That's just ego. You're not in it because your heart and soul is telling you that that's what you should do. You thinking about that fiat.
Go ahead on there and tell it.
Ain't no need to brag about shit you do.
That's right.
And men, fellas, brothers, I know we want accolades for what we do for our children. To me, that shit really ain't necessary.
See, that's
it's what the fuck you supposed to be doing.
That's why I fucks with him.
What the fuck you supposed to do. I don't give a fuck about Father's Day, none of that bullshit. I'm a father every motherfucking day.
That part.
Not just one day. I don't need nobody's approval. I don't care if people don't like the fact that I'm that way. It's not for you to like. You're not in my inner circle. You don't fuck with me like that, and I don't fuck with you like that. Bottom line is, them contracts that you with them children, bloodline, soul contracts, a whole new being.
That's right.
That it's never been here before because of your DNA and her DNA.
That's right.
That's a whole new creation that doesn't have anything to do with your karma and your bullshit.
That's right.
Until you place it on that being.
That's right.
Your contract with your children is the same type of contract that Mama Earth has with us. And we ain't been honoring either contract.
Come on now and tell it.
But we sitting up blaming everybody else for the shit we failed to do as individuals.
That's right.
Everybody wants to unite. So they say. But how many of y'all have ever wanted to play a sport with somebody that sucked? Nobody ever picks those people that suck. They got to wait to the next game where they have winners and then they can get on. But they very seldomly get picked.
That's right.
Everything you do in life, you're picking and choosing based upon something.
That's right.
Why not with your children? But I digress.
That's why I fucks with Sean. Those are the type of men that I have in my circle. And if you ain't vibing on that, I can't help you. So let me give you your explosion. Hopefully y'all can hear me. Shit, my stuff was acting up. I don't know if y'all can hear it. But thank you, Brother Sean. So that concludes the Unc and the Auntie segment. Why we gotta do this every now and then? I know they like, I'm tired of that lady with her motherfucking scarf.
Now they keep tuning in.
Talking shit. But that's how I feel, damn it. So, Brother Nuwa gonna come up. I'm first I have to bring on Nisi Poo for the land report. So now it's time for the millennials to put something on it. So let me bring on Nisi Poo. Hopefully the babies didn't find her. All right, you open now, Nisi Poo.
Peace and love, everybody. Ucha, Halito, OCO, greetings. Can y'all hear me okay?
Yep.
Okay, perfect. You know you was supposed to unmute me, Auntie, because you know I had some shit to talk.
Oh, I'm so apologize, Nisi Poo. That's what I get for being in my auntie moment, girl. It be the scarf.
I got my scarf on too.
Girl.
I got my scarf on and my glasses, and they hanging on the tip of my nose.
Child. Go ahead on. Now you got it now, Nisi Poo.
Oh, honey. I mean, y'all pretty much summed everything up and said everything that I pretty much had to say in child in my Auntie Rhonda voice. Okay, so as y'all all know, because I've came on before and we talked about this, there's a lot of confusion when it comes to land acquisitions. So I've pulled a few sources. And I've also pulled a few articles just to shed some light on what's actually happening today in 2021.
Great.
So here we go. This is a news article from CNN. It's titled, "Indigenous People Across the U.S. Want Their Land Back, and the Movement is Gaining Momentum." This was put out by Harmeet Kaur from CNN back in November 26, 2020. So this is a year old. And pretty much nothing has really changed from this. And I'm going to go into why. All right. So around this time every year, Americans come together to share a feast commemorating a myth about its first inhabitants. An indigenous tribe did eat with the Pilgrims in 1621 and signed a treaty with the colonists that had settled on their shores. It was more of an act of survival, rather one of goodwill and friendship. But the relationship would eventually break down, disseminating the tribe's population and wilting away its lands. Nearly 400 years later, the descendants of the very tribe at the heart of the Thanksgiving holiday are still fighting to reclaim their lands, a fight that ironically hinges on whether or not the tribe meets the federal government's definition of Indian. Now, it keeps on going, but I'm going to let that roll. Okay. So if y'all want to check it out, it's Indigenous People Across the U.S. Want Their Land Back.
Okay,
now
from CNN.
Second part from CNN.
Okay.
Now, the second part is there was a code that was put out. I'm pretty sure you're familiar with 25 USC, which is the code for American Indians. Now, this specific code speaks to allotments to Indians not residing on reservations. So this is coming from Cornell Law. It's 25 USC 334. Where any Indian not residing upon a reservation, or for those tribes, no reservation has been provided by treaty, act of Congress or executive order, shall make settlement upon any surveyed or unsurveyed lands of the United States, not otherwise appropriated, he or she shall be entitled upon application to the local land office for the district in which the lands are located. Now, that local land office is the Bureau of Land Management. Now, it keeps reading, to have the same allotted to him or her and to his or her children in quantities and manner as provided in this act for Indians residing upon reservations, and when such settlement is made upon unsurveyed lands, the grant to such Indians shall be adjusted upon the survey of the lands so as to conform thereto, and patents shall be issued to them for such lands in the manner and with the restrictions as provided in sections 348 and 349 of this title. It keeps on to read, and the fees to which the officers of such local land office would have been entitled had such lands been entered under the general laws for the disposition of the public lands shall be paid to them from any monies in the Treasury of the United States upon a statement of an account in their behalf for such fees by the Secretary of the Interior or such officer as he may designate, and a certification of such account to the Secretary of the Treasury by the Secretary of the Interior. Now, we all know that the Secretary of the Interior and the Treasury are within the jurisdiction of the United States and the Department of the Interior, correct? The Bureau of Indian Affairs and the Bureau of Land Management are also departments of the United States, correct? Mm-hmm. Okay, so my last point on this, the definition of a patent, according to etymology, it's an open letter or official document from some authority granting permission to do something. It's a license granting an office, right, or title, shortened from Anglo-French lettre patente. All right, okay. Literally open letter, open lying flat, so that people in the public basically can see who is claiming ownership. That is what a patent is. That's why to obtain, like in the verb of it is to obtain right to land. Okay, so the United States of America issued land patents in the past, and they're still issuing land patents today. However, fast forward to 2021, foreclosure rates for all 50 states in September 2021. Let's go. Sophie Learned by Robin Rothstein, October 27, 2021. This is the foreclosure rates, okay, for all 50 states. And I'm going to read you guys the top 10, but basically it says the number of US properties with foreclosure filings in September was 19,609, according to ATOM Data Solutions. This is up roughly 102% from September last year, when foreclosure activity remained low due to the pandemic-related moratorium on foreclosure.
Yep.
The Biden administration's final extension of the moratorium on foreclosures ended July 31st, 2021. The extension of the evictions moratorium for foreclosed borrowers ended September 30th, 2021. It is also worth noting that foreclosure filings increased approximately 24% from August to September. This is on the heels of the roughly 27% increase in foreclosure filings that occurred between July and August. Despite these notable monthly increases, along with the substantial uptick compared to a year ago, foreclosure filings remain well below pre-pandemic levels. I'm not sure about that part. Foreclosure activity is expected to continue increasing over the next few months. However, Adam still predicts lower than normal foreclosure levels. Mind you, Adam is a software solution for data, but Atom,
right.
Still predicts lower than normal foreclosure levels through the remainder of the year. All right, so this is going to give you the 50 state foreclosure rates, and number one is Florida. I'm just going to give you all the top 10 real quick. Florida's number one, with 1 in every 3,276 homes. The counties with the most foreclosures per housing unit, highest to lowest, is Bradford, Broward, Pasco, Miami-Dade, and Union. The second is Illinois, managed to slide out of the top spot for highest foreclosure rate, taking the number 2 spot in September. Of its 5,360,000 homes, 1,528 went into foreclosure. This is just in 1 month.
Dang, okay.
Number 3 is Delaware, the 6th least populated state in the country. Delaware took the 3rd spot for the highest foreclosure rate in September, with 1 in every 3,000. Say that again, sis?
That's Biden's land, isn't it?
That ain't his land. He can go back to Ireland.
I mean, where he resides.
With 1 in every 3,834 homes going into foreclosure and a total 433,000 housing units, Delaware saw a total of 113 foreclosures. Their highest to lowest is Kent County, Newcastle County, and Sussex. Nevada is number 4. Number 5 is New Jersey. Number 6 is Indiana. Number 7 is Ohio. Number 8 is South Carolina. Number 9 is California. I thought California
would be higher.
1.
I did too. Between California and Florida, I was like, which one gonna take that number 1 spot? I agree. Okay.
Yes, and then number 10 is Iowa. Now, as far as the states that most of our ancestors occupied back in the day, so let me read out Alabama's 13, Georgia's 15, North Carolina 16, and Tennessee is 17. Mississippi ranked number 31, Louisiana 33, and Virginia was 35. So yep, check that one out. It's a really good read. Sophie is spelled SOFI.com. And the title is Foreclosure Rates for All 50 States in September 2021. So, you guys, what do y'all think about that? Think we should buy the block back?
Well, you know me, Nisi Poo. I have been waiting on the housing market to downplay, which is the reason why I have not personally bought anything here in Ohio. Number one, I said it was overpriced and they had me all the way fucked up. I'm not the one, the two, or the three to pay these prices. I'm like, I will take my ass back to Atlanta before I pay these prices. So I knew it was a overblown market. And I literally said earlier this year, late last year, that the market is going to start slowing down because I knew the moratoriums were going to be lifted. And then the Fed, with the manipulation of the market, with the interest rates, is the reason why the housing market was blown back up to a bubble. And I pulled the charts and I compared the crash, the 2007/2008 crash, to what we have today. And we're at a higher bubble than we had at the 2007 crash. So none of that surprises me. None of it.
It's about to get even worse too. There's a few governors who are fighting against the federal government for what they're trying to do. But there's a whole bunch of people who are just, follow the leader and getting out here protesting. It's folks out of work. It's about to get a whole lot worse. This is just the beginning. So I'm going to check and see where it's at, from right now to what it's going to be next month, keeping my eye on it. There was something else that I was supposed to add on before I went into the foreclosure. And it was talking about, I had read something about court of private land claims. Mm-hmm. And back in 1891, Congress heard a bunch of claims that dealt with private parties to lands within the so-called public domain. Mm-hmm. And they were talking about claims that originated under the Spanish and Mexican grants. And basically they had ruled on that back in between 1891 and 1895. So it's 26 statute 854 or something like that. But there's so much drama when it comes to people just being able to occupy, a spot on this planet. Yeah. And we all know that foreclosures, when they foreclose, that it's like playing Monopoly. When you flip that card upside down because you can't pay the rent on it, because you never really owned the Monopoly board, right?
In the first place, exactly. You're still leasing at the end of the day.
Yeah. And it goes back to the bank. And so they have asset managers, okay, at these different banks. And if you ever call up to the bank and say, can I speak to the asset manager? That person who's answering the phone more than likely should know what you're talking about. Mm-hmm. But they're holding on to these properties. Yep. and they're holding them, and they're gonna either let their buddies know or something like, hey, get on this property, man. I'll sell it to you for 20% below market value. We can make a killing off of it. Like, that's what they do.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
It's so frustrating.
I didn't want to.
No, go ahead, sis. Go ahead.
During the 2007 crash, I was literally on like the HUD site. I don't know. It feel like something is sticking from underneath my scarf. I was on the HUD site like at 11:50 at night, waiting to midnight, hands on keyboard, refreshing, waiting for them to put the new inventory online. Literally, I did this and my dad did it. And we're sitting there refreshing because by midnight, they put the new inventory, and by the time it refreshed, that new inventory had went into pending. We literally fucking witnessed it. So yes, you had inside people that was getting the clues or the investors to buy up groups of property at a discount. Because when you went back to see how the property changed hands or whatever, you saw where it was an investment group that bought up. They were able to buy up the good shit.
Yep.
And so the other shit that was left over was something that you had to put some money into to get it decently to live in. So yes, you are absolutely correct. That's the game that they play. Absolutely.
And there's also a lawsuit out right now by the Department of Justice against the National Association of Realtors. See, that's their little club that they hang out in. Oh, yes. And guess who initiated the lawsuit, y'all? Ooh. Your boy, President Trump. And you know why he initiated? Because he knew that's where the dirty dogs with fleas lie down.
And black folks cannot stand Trump card. You know, I call him Trump card. But I'm like, if y'all understood business,
you'll understand him.
You wouldn't be against him. Now, I'm not saying he's not a part of the game. Don't get me wrong. I understand all of that. But if y'all understood how the system really worked and how business worked, y'all would pick him before y'all would have picked Biden.
Yeah, they're doing a lot of inside trading nowadays in the open.
A lot of inside trading, Sister Sandra, because the National Association of Realtors is the #1 lobbying group in America. Mm-hmm. So if these people
no.
Yes. Crazy. I didn't know this stuff either. Wow. I'm learning as I go.
Wow. You know, like, you see what the people talk about, your older generation was like, it was always about the land. Because I mean, like, for my generation, I don't think a lot of us is thinking about, the land. People may be thinking of like, let me get a property to flip for Airbnb, you know, like a rental property, but like, you know, actually buying land and stuff. Like,
Yeah, we be happy with Trader Joe's. Shoot, I'm like, Trader Joe's is in the neighborhood. I get a house over here.
Yeah, because you know, okay, they got a Home Depot. They got a trade. If you know Trader Joe's, that neighborhood finna be. If it ain't the shit already, it's finna be the shit. You best believe it's finna be the shit. But no, I totally agree. You know, I was fortunate enough to grow up with my big mamas and them. So I understood the value of having land and having land that is supposed to stay within the family. Okay? So that concept of if you fall on hard times or whatever, you can always go stay with Big Mama until you got yourself together. But when Big Mama transitioned, the land and the home and all of that was supposed to stay in the family. But trifling ass family members, unfortunately, have squandered a lot of Big Mamas and Papas and them hard work.
And that's what James Brown was trying to explain to hard-headed Calloway, but he did not want to hear that part. He didn't want to hear the truth. And that was so frustrating.
Wait a minute, child. Now what? Shit, your auntie.
Oh, I forgot we weren't supposed to be saying
you didn't already said it now. Because I don't be into you two squeaks like that. Shit, auntie be getting her motherfucking sleep. So now what done happened now?
Mr. Brown and Mr. Calloway had a run-in, okay? And when they had the run-in, he was trying to explain to him what happened, but he's more so on the, that's what happened in the past, but we got to look forward to the future, brother, which is, I agree with both of them 50. You can't just ignore the past, because if you do, you're gonna repeat it. So of course we got to learn history. So it's just like listening to them arguing over it. Dang, he couldn't listen long enough. He just had to keep yelling at the old man. And it's like, he's 70 years old, number one. Like, let him talk, because he come from a different time.
Yeah, different era.
And he, and even if he did join a secret organization, that is what he had to do at that time in order to better himself and his family. That's what he made that decision. You know, that's thinking that he was doing the right thing. He probably learned later on in life, like maybe that wasn't the right thing to do, you know, but it is what it is. You know, you can't judge a man by his mistakes, but he would not listen. They were just going back and forth like two little children. I was like, what in the hell am I listening to?
So
but I'm sitting sipping my go ahead, sis.
So was it that Dane was upset with Judge Joe Brown because he was saying what exactly was he upset with him over?
He was upset with him mainly because of the black thing. And he's like, how do you know that our through Walter Plecker and the Reclassification Act, how can you sit here and know your Choctaw and treat everybody else like Black and African American is okay? And so he was trying to
Dane's perspective. Okay.
Yeah, and he was trying to explain how we keep getting misclassified.
Okay.
And Black, it doesn't stand up in law.
Okay.
And so he was like, well, that's what we were calling ourselves. And he's right to a certain extent. A lot of folks was calling themselves Black. Say it loud. I'm Black and I'm proud. Y'all
that's his generation. That's Judge Joe Brown's generation. Okay, continue.
So it was just like he was trying to explain, you know, and then he started talking about the slave trade, and then it was like, well, we didn't come over on no boats, and he was like, some people did, and he was like, there was no such thing as a slave ship, and he was like, yes it was, and they just kept calling each other pussy ass niggas. They was cussing each other out, honey.
Wait, honey, it's only
Judge Joe Brown said, they said, I'm gonna pull up on you.
Wait a minute.
They told me, I'm gonna pull up on you.
Child,
where you at? Who sent you?
Wait. So you say now, Judge Joe Brown was talking about pulling up on some. Well, damn,
Dane said he was gonna pull up on him.
Come on now, Dane.
Oh no,
Dane. Now you know you wrong for that, right? You need to make a public apology. You can't do that, brother.
Not to that elder. I'm
sorry. Can't. And I know the elders do not be right. I'm not saying that. Trust me, I'm not saying that they can't be right, but you got to correct that. It's okay to disagree.
They be stuck in their ways, but you can't be just disrespectful.
Yeah, it's okay to disagree. Don't get me wrong. And they could get on your last exposed nerve, but you can't be talking about pulling up on the elders now.
Exactly. Now, I think what got me, like, I was cracking up. This was entertainment. I ain't even gonna lie. I was on the floor rolling, honey. So I think what got me, though, was as intelligent as he is, both of them.
Right.
I felt that what should have happened was a little bit more screen sharing and going over some law.
Get into the details,
Yeah, get into he's a lawman. He's not a history man.
Right.
You coming at him on a history perspective and it's going over his head.
Right, and he coming from a law perspective.
Right. And he's using state law, what he learned from working for the state of Tennessee and the state of California. Right. And he's not thinking along the lines of international law, the rights of the indigenous people. He's not thinking along those lines. And if he isn't, help him think along those lines. But now he wanted to cuss the elder. I called him a pussy ass nigga and everything.
Dang.
Yes.
You wrong, brother. I can't uphold you in that. You wrong.
But I ain't the one to gossip, so you ain't heard that from me.
You're wrong on that though, Dane. You owe him a public apology. Not on what you stood on. You have a right to stand on what you stand on, and you have the facts to back it up. But the name calling and the disrespect, you owe that elder an apology. That's somebody's grandfather. You wouldn't want anybody talking to your grandfather like that.
He told him that his grandfather will whoop his ass.
That's not right, Dane. You have a big platform. I'm assuming you are proud of your platform. I am assuming you want to use your platform to get the message out. You have to use it responsibly. That's not right, Dane. I expect better from you.
Me too.
Yeah, because that undermines your message in the long run.
It does. It underlines your message. It really, really does. And I'm a MFSB woman. Kiss my this and that. Go head on with the fuckery. But it's a time and a place for everything. I would rather step back and say, okay, so-and-so, I don't agree with you. You know, it's all love, it's all respect, than to back myself in a corner to disrespect an elder. That's not cool, Dane. Please, brother, clean that up. Issue that public apology to the elder. That's not right. Child. So, Nisi Pooh, are you going to check in with us every now and then on this land report? I truly, truly enjoyed it. Not only enjoyed it, I think it's very, very informative. So I would love for you to check in with us and especially keep us updated on the foreclosure stuff and all the going-ons in the real estate world.
Absolutely. One thing that I've invested in is this software where I get the reports for the foreclosures with the actual addresses. It's a $2,000 software. So if anybody is looking to get into this foreclosure market and get them a foreclosed property, just let me know. I'm on Instagram, TChristopher13.
Okay, say that again, Nisi Pooh.
TChristopher13.
Okay.
So like y'all seen in the chat, T Christopher is just the number 13 added on to that. But it's crazy, and I'm gonna keep my eyes on it because I honestly think that this will be part of the transfer of wealth. And if we get ourselves into proper position, we can either help somebody save their house and actually be able to stay in it for their family, you know, or we can get the house and start providing it for people who we want to put in there. Absolutely. You know, the sky's the limit. There's more than one way to skin this cat. So indeed. I'm gonna skin it.
I agree.
I think
I got a question.
I think this pandemic was for this purpose, as you talk about. I think it was to change the wealth around.
Absolutely. Agreed.
But see, the thing about it though, Auntie, is if these properties stay in the hands of these asset managers, because there's not enough of us, in my opinion. I don't know. I'm just speaking.
Right.
I don't think there's enough of us in the real estate world to know how it really works. And the ones that are, they're out for themselves and their little group. And so what ends up happening is people are not knowing how to get it because, like Auntie said, she sat on the HUD site. The HUD site is like secondhand.
Yeah, apparently.
Yeah. Like they done already stuck claims to it at that point.
Wow.
Because it's these private sites, because HUD is a public site. It's these private sites where you got to pay to play to get the information.
Okay. Yeah, if you said you paid $2,000 for it.
Honey, I did it. It took me a long time to do it because I was sitting there just banging my head against the wall like, should I do this or not?
Yeah, and it's sad how you have to, let me unmute Brother Sean. it's sad how you got to spend money to get information and to make money. You literally do. But and I guess
question real
I'm sorry.
quick.
Okay, go ahead.
Let Brother
Son
Scotty
Scotty.
go.
Okay, yeah, go ahead, Son Scotty.
Because,
Then Brother Sean go.
Is because that's what I was thinking. Because the land stuff, it'd be like new information to me, and like so. I mean, I remember hearing about like on here about like the trust, putting in trust and stuff, and keeping it in the family and the heirs and stuff, all this stuff. But when Sis was talking about the land patents and stuff, and the earlier we were talking about the cleavages and all of this and the information.
Y'all just trying to get us in these YouTube squeaks.
Man, no, YouTube brought us in these streets because they talking about stuff that I do for a living. And one thing I don't like, just like y'all don't like, is people being misled. If you're going to come with information and teach the people, teach them the whole thing. Exactly. Do not come with half-ass information.
That I agree
and then after you come with that information, you best to bring the receipts. Exactly. Because then nobody's going to believe you, and then they're going to come and attack your ass. And then when they do, don't get mad. That part. Go ahead, Brother Scotty.
Yeah, because, on the other platform where I was hearing this information, I was getting confused in my head, like, how much of these land patents have to do with the indigenous North American people, and how much of it has to do with, like, European land grants and stuff like that and all of that. And then it becomes more clear to me when I'm listening to this, and they kind of exclude that part out of it. I'm like, okay, land patent, that sound like very much like these formal land things. And I'm pretty sure from the research I've heard and read and stuff like that, that ties back to Europe. So it's like, this really about the melanated indigenous North American people, or is this about some other bloodline that just may happen to be melanated from Europe? And y'all is confusing people out here about, the land and who it actually belongs to.
Right.
The avenues that they can go about reclaiming and doing all this type of stuff. And then it gets into paperwork and this and that. So then it's be like, okay, I thought it was paperwork or wasn't paperwork. Now I'm getting confused.
Exactly, beloved. And that's because once they realize that all those land patents are not the same, first of all, they read differently. And one in particular that I was reading, it was issued to a so-called white man based on his ancestry.com pictures and his lineage pictures, because I went and did the genealogy on the guy who had the patent, because there was a part for sale from the USDA. So I wanted to see if a nigga owned that land patent.
Right.
Because if so, the USDA is basically giving it away. Anyhow, long story short, it belonged to a American Revolutionary War general who happened to be from England or France.
So that's not indigenous, right? So he got that probably because he fought in a particular war and was just granted that, right?
Exactly. And he was the mayor of Coweta County. He was in the politics world. And then
Georgia.
In Georgia, exactly. And then he went to Alabama from there, and he was issued land patents for fighting in the war. Most of those people were issued land patents for fighting in the war.
I saw that too. When I was running across genealogy, I started, because you know how when you doing genealogy and you think it might be a match, and you start going into stuff, and you like land patent, and then, or not so much land patent, it's the military records. And you get to read up, and you like, okay. That's why I never bought into that land patent stuff, because I'm like, but that's the king of England issuing it. So that means they get to issue it to who the hell they want to issue it to.
And they get to change the laws whenever they want to.
Exactly.
So now the laws is you got to go buy you a house. That's the law. That's the new English law. The old English was the land patent, them 40 ounces that them folks used to drink. Them. Remember that old E?
Right. Right.
That's the patent is the Old E. We
So-
drinking Stella Artois over here now. Get you a bottle of Stella. I'm just joking.
Yeah. Yeah. And I had to put
But
the
I
blink
got
75
background in
times
theater,
up, man.
and
Yeah.
I was
So
throwing
it's
off
just
that-
it's a lot of. Go ahead, brother.
Oh no, I was just saying I was thrown off by the connection of the land and the government, military, and that they call this theater. They call it theater, like theater of war. And so it's that was like blew my mind. I'm like, wait, what is theater? Like they got a script for your land, they got a script for your war, they got a script for everything.
Yeah. Pretty much.
You know, I
Just
want
like the Army Corps of Engineers and their man-made
Yes.
lakes
Yep.
drowning out whole towns.
Yep.
yeah.
The thing is, though, we should be snatching up land, not buying houses.
That's what I mean, brother. You know what I
I
mean.
agree.
Oh, yeah.
And, yeah.
'Cause I saw
The
6
difference
acres
between
of
the
land
actual
here.
and the real estate, the actual natural materials of the land, or the things that man builds and puts on the land.
Right. Because I was looking to purchase some land. First, I was looking down in Georgia.
Mm-hmm.
6 acres go about 450,000. I looked at 6 acres here in Ohio, and it was 45,000.
Mm-hmm.
Whew.
And it's
Now-
about to be cheaper than that. Just
Can I-
hold. Just
can I
hold
ask-
on. It's fencing to be cheaper. I'm sorry. Go ahead, sis Sandra.
So on the homesteading part of the equation, now they made a homesteading law for California, but is there homesteading property still available?
It depends on the state. I know in Georgia, this was, and I don't know if it changed. They still had the homestead, but it was that you got it from a tax break perspective, and it was at the county level. So it's different in every place.
'Cause I know
Exactly. And not only that, but there's also an initiative that's happening right now with the Bureau of Land Management. They're changing a lot of their things around. And I'm waiting to see what new is going to come out of them. Now, you can actually purchase land directly from the Bureau of Land Management.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Mhm.
Okay.
Yes, and just to give you a quick little insight, there's a rancher. I'm not gonna say his name, but I think I told you about this, Auntie.
Mm-hmm. I'm pursing my lips. I know. Mm-hmm.
He purchased a large amount of property, almost the size of a whole. Matter of fact, I think it is a whole entire county, if I'm not mistaken, or close to it,
Close to it, right?
for $141,000 from the Bureau of Land Management. He gave Tesla Motors 1,000 acres, gave it to them to build the gigafactory out here in Nevada.
that's California City business.
1,000. No, the one, not the gigafactory in Fremont, the one that's in Nevada.
Oh, okay.
What
Yeah.
did you do? You think he got some type of deal behind the scenes?
I think that maybe he had some kind of dirt on his ass, and he was like, "Look, you finna come up off some of this land so I can build my gigafactory." Or he wanted to be seen doing something good because he's been known for doing shitty
dirt.
shit.
Okay, that makes
Exactly.
sense. Okay.
So if they can give away 1,000 acres, or better yet, if the Bureau of Land Management can sell land for 141,000, the size of almost a county, I would probably give them a call. I called them and I went up there, but they have gatekeepers.
Of
So just you got to just keep trying.
Yeah.
But when I did go up there and I wanted to speak to someone in charge, they weren't there. it was like just a little secretary lady sitting at the desk, and she just couldn't answer too many questions because she was just dumb. So I'm gonna go back up there again, and hopefully the director's not working from home. But
Yeah. Indigenous American Leo said, I bet it was for shares in the company.
Bitcoin.
Ooh.
Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense.
That makes a lot of sense.
Yep.
That make a lot of dollars too.
Uh-huh. Yep.
Oh,
Yep.
these rich folks keep getting richer, boy. We gotta learn this stuff now. Shoot, so our babies don't be poor.
Well, just be creators, but this being online talking shit, no. Mm-mm.
Yes, it's all about intention and the energy of your intention. Like things exist in paradoxes and contradictions. People think, oh, if you have so much money, you must be evil. Oh, if you're poor, you must have a heart of gold. It's like, no, you can be poor and be an asshole too. You can be rich and still have a heart of gold. Like things aren't as like how Hollywood makes it to be. Like create the actual world you want to be in. It sounds cliche, but it's real, and it's all about intention. So like we bombarded with all this false information, false doctrine, false narratives that we find it hard to think something else is that can be created. And that's a lie.
Absolutely.
Hey sis,
Mm-hmm.
Roland is in the chat with his hand up.
Okay. Yeah, that's shoot, I apologize, Sweet Pea. That's Nuwa. Let me bring on
Okay.
Yeah, let me bring on Sweet Pea. I apologize. We get to run in our doggone mouth. I apologize. And somebody else was trying to come up. If y'all don't let me know who y'all are, fam, in the chat, if you trying to get up here with a different screen name, I'm gonna block it because I don't have time for the trolls. So if you was one of the fam and you had a different name I didn't recognize, you got blocked. Because I just don't have the energy for the trolls. So let me bring up Brother Nuwa.
And sis, I'm gonna drop off.
Okay.
I appreciate you letting me talk on your panel and welcoming me. And thank you, Brother Sean and Sister Sandra, Brother Scotty and Nuwa. It's been nice. I gotta go. I got about 5 children. I got some extra bonus children at my house.
I understand. Thank you, Nisi Poo. Love you.
All right, peace and love, y'all.
Okay, peace and love.
Yes.
Okay. Hey, peace and love, Brother Nuwa.
Peace and love, Auntie. Peace and love, Uncle Sean. Peace and love, Auntie Sandra. How y'all
On
doing?
this
Beam me up.
How are you?
I'm doing very well. Thank you very much. And thank you again, Reflection, for that report, that financial report. It was very well received. Appreciate that.
Indeed.
I would like to bring up the metaphysical report.
Come on with it now. That's the perfect segue into what we need to get into. Go ahead.
Spirit sent me with a firmware update for the mind. Okay. Now, the premise I'm going to drop may offend a lot, may have a lot of questions, but just hear the whole premise out. Right? The basic premise starts off like this. We are not Indians. Say it again. We are not Indians. Now, hear me out. Every week you come on here and you tell us to get off the board game. Right? So what you need to do then is take a step back and realize, once again, the title that they're giving us, Indian, they're giving us. We are not the Indians. They're giving us the title of the Indians. Brother Sean had said before that we have to reevaluate what they told us. If they told us up, we know it's down. If they told us left, we know it's right. So if they told us we were Indians, we need to check back and look at what they're telling us, because they're telling us this so that we don't see something that we should be looking at. So why am I saying that? We are not Indians because we are actually spirit having a human experience. And the reason I'm saying it like that is because the physical body, the physical human is a weak individual, but the spirit is an omnipresent, omnipowerful being. So why would you want to play the game, as you would say, from the position of being the pawn on the board game as the human, as the Indian, as you remember, Indian and Cowboys, that's the game. You're playing Indian and Cowboys when you're actually the spirit that was spawned into the character with the body of the Indian. But if you, in actuality though, you're the spirit playing the character, the Indian, that they're calling the Indian. Do you understand where I'm coming from so far?
Yeah.
All right. Avatar. So, just the Avatar. Yes. Look at the movie. 519 always brings back the Avatar movie, and exactly that. We are spawned into the body. We're not born. The body is born physically, but the soul is spawned. This is why you can make a clone. But what's the difference between a clone and the human, the physical being, is the spirit. So there's a link that you can recreate the physical body all day long, but you can never recreate the soul, the spirit. So technically then you are not the physical being that you're looking at, because they can recreate that. They can clone you, but that is not you. So you need to play this game that we're playing from the position of spirit. Right? We're talking about having land and having property. No. You are the spirit. You can manifest things with your mind. There's a quote that was given to me, through the power of the mind and through the breath of life. And basically that saying is that when creation was created, in the Bible story of creation, it says that the earth was nothing, was a black void, and God said, let there be light. For God to say, let there be light, he has to think, let there be light. Oh, or it's dark and I want it to be light. And then he says it, he utters the words and it's manifested. So if we stop playing the game from the human's perspective and we start playing the game from the spiritual being's perspective, if we now use our minds to manifest our thoughts, if we use our minds and manifest the thought and use our voice to bring that thought into physical being, we can then bring things into existence that previously were never into existence. So if I get you, if I'm an evil individual, if I'm the system, if I'm Babylon, and I want you never to reach this level of transcendence, of understanding, of enlightenment, I would make you always feel that you're the pawn, you're the human, you're not the spiritual being, you're just this physical body, and thus you need to play the game from the physical body's perspective. Thus, the physical body has rules. It has certain, it dies, it gets old, it breaks down. So you have to play the game from that perspective. But when you're the spirit now, once again, you're omnipresent and you're omnipowerful. You can heal the body. Different perspective than being the body, where you have to go to the doctor to get them to heal you. If you understand your spirit, you understand you need to put yourself in a certain mindset. You have to have a certain energy level, and the body will heal itself. So then the perspective, the war that we're trying to fight is not a physical one. As they always say, you're fighting principalities. So then get off the board game. You're not the physical body. There's no need to fight the war. The war is already lost. You now need to put that mindset in practice. Put it in your mind, live it, breathe it into existence, and it will become true. And they trick us through the music, through our entertainment, to get us to say and do things that are detrimental to our actual being, which then manifests it in physicality, and we wonder why we're not moving forward.
Yep.
Right? All right. Okay. So last thought is this. Now, my attendance here is not perfect. And I understand that because spirit has me, how can I say, doing things in the moment. Because what I've learned to realize is that the moment is the most important thing in this whole entire game. Because we people like to analyze, the historians like to analyze the past. And the quote is, we need to know the past to learn the future, right? But once again, your spirit. So the moment is the opportunity that you can change the future. And your past is only the receipt of the moment or the action that you took. And it's more of a check and balance on whether or not the action in the moment that you took was beneficial to the future that you wanted. Did I say that right?
Say it again. Say it again.
Yes,
Right.
this I know what you're saying, because this is like, it's like acting. They want you to be in the moment. It's only now. Now is the only thing ever.
Now is the only thing that matters.
You can change the future.
Is the only thing. This moment in time, not necessarily us here, but I'm talking your present time. Now, this now is the only thing that matters, because
an everlasting now.
The playback was the receipt of the now, and I can control my future by what I do now. So, meaning if I want, so technically I can predict the future in the moment based on the actions I take now, because it will manifest something in the future. And if I align myself with what I want, it will bring forth that thought. Thus, I predicted the future. But if you stay focused on the past, I was an Indian, I was great, I was mighty, I had gold, I had riches, then you're only looking at the receipts of your actions. And then your receipts, your present is only manifesting the past.
And that past represents defeat also, right?
Correct. You're recreating defeat, because in your recollections, you were the slave, you were defeated, you were rich, but now you're not. You had wealth, but now you're not. So you're manifesting a defeated past in the present, which is bringing forth that in your future. So realistically, the Rubik's cubes to our problems is our minds and how we perceive the world. And if we reprogram, as I said, this was a firmware update. If we reprogram the way we interpret the world, we can then attune it, or we can tune ourselves to affect the things we want in the way we want it. Like we can, like I say, you can draw like-minded people. If you do something negative, you'll get negative back. If you do positive, you get positive back. So start doing things that you want in the present to happen in the future. So you want to be a better cook? Start cooking now. Don't think about it. Don't talk about it. Don't say I want to be a cook. No, physically do it now.
That's right.
Because your mistakes will be the receipts of your efforts, and your efforts in the moment is going to lead you to your future, which is what you want, which is being a cook, which is the future. So get that.
Wow, let me give you your explosion. Hopefully, dang, hopefully y'all can hear it. I can hear it. Very well said. Great metaphysics update.
And that was the metaphysical report.
All right now, so you got your assignment then. When you get your downloads and you feel that the frequency resides within you, come back and give us the metaphysics report update.
I will do. Thank you, family, for receiving that.
Okay. Peace and love, beloved. Oh man, brother Odell from the UK, my bad. Sweetie, shoot, you know Auntie be forgetting. That's our dude from the UK, and he was trying to come up and put something on it earlier, and I didn't remember and recognize his name, so I don't think you can get back on now. Damn it. I'm sorry, boo. I apologize. I think that was on me. I'm sorry, but now I'll remember that name now. I apologize.
On high security. She said no frauds, no scammers, no trolls, none of that shit.
Because I tried to, let people be adults, and then when I was just bringing on unrecognizable people, 99.9% of the time, it was trolls. I had young white boys trolling me. I'm like, baby, if you don't get off this line, I smell motherfucking Similac across this internet.
Back in the day, I'm like, how they got whole songs talking about nigga this, nigga that? I'm like, y'all done made a whole song just to call into this show to play?
We can't make that up. And then with that whack ass beat, I said, first of all, fix that motherfucking beat. Work on that. So yeah, I don't have the time for it. So I'm sorry, dang. I'll remember next time, Odell from the UK, because now I remember you call in periodically, giving us the UK side of the house. So if you have the time next week, please come back next week and give us your perspective on the land stuff.
Hey,
I really want to hear what you say. Yes, sir.
If he's on his laptop, maybe he can go to his phone and be able to get in, because it'll show up as a different address.
Oh, okay. You could try it that way. And
Because that's how I got blocked, because I was coming from my laptop.
Oh, okay. So try that way if you can. If you have that option to do it, and I'll let you on. Dang, I want to hear what he had to say too. Child, y'all bringing it tonight. I appreciate my millennials. Y'all coming in the house, bringing that fire. I totally appreciate it. So, thank you, Brother Nuwa. It's good to hear from you. So, yeah, drop in when you get a chance to give us the metaphysics update. Child, I got some updates for y'all. Let's hit it.
Come on.
Child. Y'all don't understand why I got to keep this motherfucking scarf on. Because the way I have to keep scratching up in my locks. It's always something. So, let's get to this. Where do I want to start? I'm going to start with shout out to Sis Divinity. She sent me an article on the metaverse stuff. So y'all should have heard that Facebook has rebranded themselves to Meta. I did a podcast on it. And their logo is an infinity sign. And shout out to the person in the comment section on that particular podcast that pointed that out. So she sent some information. So we're going to go over that. All right. And for those of you who don't know, Sis Divinity, the one gave us the nickname Inky Binky Nim. So that's where that came from. Because we'll be recapping something. And she like, Inky, what's the other? She could never remember Leo's name. And I don't know how it came up. I think we just started, when we started talking about it, we said Inky Binky Nim. So that's where that phrase came from, where we nicknamed Inky and Leo Inky Binky Nim. Because you know, black people, we ain't got time to be trying to remember something specifically. So we'll get some shit, a nickname in a minute, in a hot second. So that's where that came from. Okay. All right. So yeah, let's get into the update with Zuckerberg. So this is off truththeory.com. Why Zuckerberg's metaverse is a dangerous idea. With all these advertisements. On October 28th, Mark Zuckerberg live streamed his current vision for Facebook and how the social media giant will shape the future of the internet. He calls it Metaverse, a virtual reality type world where we can all interact with each other, play games, do business, and do every other thing we currently do online. Blink 75 times. Let's just keep going. To reflect how serious he is about this direction, he even announced the change of the name of the parent company that owns Facebook, Instagram, WhatsApp. I forgot they own WhatsApp. And child, I found out this week through my coworkers that they own Oculus. Oculus is the headset, one of the brand of the virtual reality headset. I did not know they ass owned that family.
Mm-hmm.
So now you trying to tell me that this shit wasn't planned?
Of course it was.
I did not know they owned that. And and other brands into Meta. Zuckerberg thinks this is the future. And they are investing billions of dollars into the development of metaverse. Damn, I must really be talking some mess because TV came on. Could have been me. My water bottle hit it. Of course, it seems like the most reasonable move forward. Screens and keyboards aren't that intuitive after all. Interacting in 3D environments is the next step forward. Companies like Facebook have known this for years, and they understand that whoever will build the ecosystem will become the next leader in the game. They want to build a digital environment where we can just stay in virtual worlds and do stuff there as if we would be almost doing the same thing in the real world. Blink 75 times. I see you, Brother Odell. Blink 75 times. What? Of course, plus all the technological enhancements that real world experiences can't provide. It all sounds wonderful, and I'm sure it will be a lot of fun. Mark in his live stream was very enthusiastic about the whole endeavor. No one, however, talks about the dark side of where it all is heading. Here are some of the major challenges and dangers of this technology. First thing is that we are already addicted to the current version of social media, and the next version most likely will become even more addictive. Absolutely. Facebook, Instagram, and other players spend billions of dollars to create an experience that will make us use their platforms as much as we can. Every little detail, from the design aspect to the way algorithms govern what we see work. They all try to keep us hooked to the platforms. This has a lot of negative side effects. For example, content that can be controversial, which often make people argue, that's what Brother Sean was just talking about, can naturally be promoted by the algorithm as the engagement is higher with such content. Engaging in such content.
Yeah, like already on the dark web, that type of shit.
Engaging in such content where people have polarized views makes us often angry and depressed. Social media has a lot of positive aspects as well, but it is also very toxic for us. Many young women, for example, feel bad about themselves when their appearance is not matching the appearance of glamorous influencers on Instagram. However, the image that those people present is not real.
Right.
I don't understand why folks don't understand that it ain't not real. Pictures often are perfectly selected, filtered, and etc. Blink 75 times. Blink 75 times. Everything looks 10 times better than in reality. Blink 75 times. We know that social media has a lot of negative impacts. Imagine now that the metaverse will be even more addictive. The number of negative aspects also will increase, and people will waste even more time in fake worlds. People will waste more time in fake worlds. Hence, why they can't get shit done in their current reality. Some teenagers already spend hours on social media every day. This will get more and more addictive. We will get to the point where we interact more in virtual worlds rather than real ones. Another real danger is that companies like Facebook, Meta, will get even more data about us. At this stage, they already record what we do when we use their products or browse the internet while Facebook is open in another tab. Yep. But wearable devices that allow us to interact in the metaverse will bring this to the next level. Biometric data is another major privacy concern. They will gather more and more data about our behavior based on how our bodies respond to different stimuli. Imagine now the company that has data on billions of people. They can predict your behavior more than anyone. They can influence your behavior, potentially can invoke certain feelings. And to me, they're already doing this. And it has been done for a long time. Even before the internet hit, they were doing it with television. They do it with music. But now they're just taking it to the next level. This kind of power can be easily abused, and we know from countless previous examples that they aren't the most trustworthy company when it comes to handling private data. The next stage is microchips. After wearables, the next obvious direction is to interact inside our minds. That is what Elon Musk is working on. Yes, that's that Neuralink stuff.
Oh.
These are the most dangerous territories. I talk a lot about them in my previous videos. Okay, so thanks, Sis Divinity, for sending this. Truth Theory. Shout out to the truththeory.com that wrote this. This is why Zuckerberg's metaverse is a dangerous idea. I do have some more follow-up, but Brother Odell, he done made it on from the UK. So we're going to bring him on and see what he has to put on it about the land. And then we'll get back into the follow-up stuff. Okay. Oh, shoot. Wait a minute. I'm unmuting the wrong person. Let me unmute. Brother Odell, you should be unmuted, sweetie.
All right. Can you hear me speaking now?
I sure can. How you doing? Peace and love, beloved. I'm sorry I X'd you out, but I'm going to remember next time.
It's all right. It's interesting you brought this up. I want to talk about the land issue. There's something that you brought up on the land issue. Obviously, we're in England over here, and you mentioned about obviously the claims over here, and this is why I've got a good perspective on it that may shed some light on it. So I would like to shed some light. Now, I did want to share my screen because I was on my laptop and I have some direct information, but unfortunately, I can't do that. So maybe I can share it next week. But okay. This is my point I was going to explain. So obviously, over here, we have what's called the land registry. Right. Okay. Now over here we have the land registry. So we have the titles over here, obviously a freehold and leasehold. They come under what's called bona vacantia. Now in this country, and this is where I feel where
bond of account.
Yeah, this is why I wanted to share the information. This is why I need to share screen. This is why it would have been much better on my laptop. Wow. It's called bona. I know, it's really important because it's relevant to what you're talking about. It's called bona vacantia. So in this country, if, for instance, somebody's estate goes into, if they pass away and they don't have a will, under bona vacantia, it's claimed. Okay, so bona vacantia allows estates to be claimed, land and everything like that. Now, the land titles over here are based on what's called postal codes, which puts it under what's called, it's an easement, it puts it under what's called commercial jurisdiction. So we have what's called postal codes. You'll see where I'm going with this. It'll make sense to you in a second, right? So the system over here is your land registry You register your land to the land registry. Remember, Regus is transfer of title ownership. You register your land over here to the land registry, and if you pass away or you have to sell the house, it comes under obviously you pay your taxes. But if you get deceased, the house then comes under bona vacantia, right? This is key here, right? Because freehold and leasehold are what's called deeds. They're the deeds over in this country. Now, this is where it gets interesting. So the deeds, I believe, are the fake titles because of what happened in 1213. So in 1213, the people in this country never used to have freehold and leasehold title. They used to have what's called law deal title to land, which means it didn't have no postal codes. It didn't have no commercial Vatican jurisdiction. You know where I'm going with this now,
Yep.
right?
Mhm.
So the law deal titles, the original titles, the Vatican stole those titles, and they've been issuing the land registry titles under obviously freehold and leasehold. They're not the original titles. The original titles are the law deal ones. So obviously over there, this is relevant to what you're talking about. I've got the information on this. I want to share it and show you the data on it. Now over there, it's you've got that system you implemented over there is what we had here. So the SESTA-KV system, the SESTA-KV Act and SESTA-KV system, which is denies people all property and all land, that system we've got here was taken over there by the kings of England.
Yep.
And that system that you've got over there now is that same system. So obviously if people want land in that country, even if you buy land, that land will be deeds, and they'll probably come under bona vacantia. What I wanted to ask, my question was, obviously the indigenous original people, did the Vatican steal those original titles, and can you get those original titles back? Because those titles won't have postal codes, they won't come under commercial jurisdiction, and that land, this goes back to the Freeman's Bureau, what happened in 1861, 1865, and 1871 in the interregnum. This is what gets into the constitutional stuff and back to the original people on that land. Because what's happening at the moment is all the land over there is got all the fake titles that the Vatican have been issuing. But I think what's happened over there, similar to what happened here, is the Vatican have stolen all the original titles and they're keeping all the original ones. So I wanted to ask you about that and what you think on that.
No, well, you're absolutely right on point, and you know your stuff. Now, as far as over here, to my knowledge, nobody is holding those allodial titles.
No,
Now, I've heard people
they trying.
try to do it, and a lot of people have been scammed with people claiming they can do it, but not to my knowledge. No, they do not have that. And to be honest, brother, because it's been so much thieving going on, and with those land patents that my niece was talking about earlier being issued, and then on top of that, people quote quote buying land and been given deeds that the indigenous people, they don't even know where to start in order to get that original stuff. They don't. Because as a matter of fact, if something was stolen from you, how would you even know how to go get a title that was created that shouldn't have been created in the first place?
That's my point. And so the stuff that comes in the bona vacantia and all the stuff that the Vatican have created, and that's what you've got over there, that's all fake. The issue is what I'm talking about, and I agree with you, is where are they? Because obviously there's clear titles to land. So what I was asking, what I was interested in finding out, I would love to know where these original ones are, and if that's the case, obviously you by bloodline claim, by birthright claim, can have those titles, and then the land's yours anyway. This is what's going on in it. This is just the Freeman Bureau stuff, because they knew the land over there has never been theirs. And what was supposed to be the 40 acres and a mule, that land was talking about those proper titles. So that's why I wanted to hear your perspective on it, because I know the proper titles cannot be put under commercial jurisdiction with what's called zip codes. We have postal codes here, which put into commercial Vatican jurisdiction. You have zip codes over there. So that's why I wanted to talk about that, because obviously the original titles won't have zip codes on. They don't come under Vatican jurisdiction, and therefore the government could never come and take them off you. So I wanted to hear your perspective on that.
I got a question. How do you get a criminal to respect the law in the first place?
And my logic is natural law states that you can't own anything. It's all, as we say, Tiamat, it's nature. So the whole premise of owning land is premise. So the land title is a false premise. So all we really have is someone holding us by gunpoint, telling us to pay them taxes.
Yeah.
I agree with you. Exactly. Because you should.
That's what I'm looking at. We should say how we go back to these titles, but as if we're indigenous, if we came from the land and there was nothing before us, there is no land patent. We didn't make an agreement. We don't have an agreement. So there's no agreement to go back to where you can't fight for something, and anything that they're doing is inside trading anyways.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
No, because even with the Freedmen's Bureau, if you go into the records, which you can go into the records by state, and then you can even narrow that down, and you see who was getting benefits from that Freedmen's Bureau, that was even very little indigenous people to the land that was getting the Freedmen's Bureau benefits. There was a lot of black Europeans getting it. Exactly. Those who got the title of Native American, which were really white folks. And literally, it blew my mind when I saw on Freedmen's Bureau, white people listed on the Freedmen's Bureau.
Yeah.
So you can't even go by that, to be honest.
Well, the money too, didn't it?
Huh? What you say?
So the money too. The Freedmen's Bureau went bankrupt or closed down or something. They took everything.
I don't know about that, but I do know just the few that I looked at, I saw where it was like a bank opened and money issued out, et cetera, but I did not see any indigenous Indian people on there.
I think it went to Chicago.
Right, that's interesting. No, I just find it intriguing because the guy that just spoke, and I agree with him, you lot fundamentally, that's your land, that's your land, and they can't remove you from there. So obviously you've got to have some way of enforcing your claim, because like the guy said, all they're doing is forcing issues on you at gunpoint. It's warfare. Exactly. That's all they're doing. I agree with what the guy's saying. I totally agree with him.
Yeah.
And as I'm saying, how do you get someone that's in that position to honor what they should be doing?
Right.
Exactly. That's why I agree with you. I agree with you completely. Exactly. I agree with what the guy's saying is right, because fundamentally that's your land over there, and these people should be on there at gunpoint forcing you to off it and causing all these problems and wars and all this nonsense.
Right.
Exactly.
How am I going to get now a piece of paper from somewhere to say, hey, respect this piece of paper, when from the gate
they don't respect anything? They don't respect anything. Exactly. No. I agree with you. They don't respect anything.
They're hiding our information. Remember, they put it in books. They told the word was the word, put it in books because we'll never read it. So they know this. So we have people that fully know the story. They fully know they're criminals. They fully know the crime they did. They know. So the paper, they stole the gold and they gave us fake money. They stole the physical land and they gave you a deed, a paper deed. So how do we?
Same here. Exactly the same here. The money's fake. The fiat, that's right. And same with the titles are all fake.
The land is fake.
Right.
Exactly. And these institutions are enforcing all this nonsense. They just need to be all kicked off. I agree with where the guy's coming from. He's spot on.
So they're just enforcing a criminal system. There is no validity to their claim.
Exactly.
Yeah, I agree. Well, I think we've covered that then. That's brilliant then. At least we're all on the same page. We all agree that they're the problem.
And I guess, Brother Odell, wouldn't you say that the exact same thing happened in Europe? And let's get specifically where you are.
That's what I was saying. What the guy was saying. That's exactly what happened here. The original Lordial titles, which is what I was talking about, were taken. But I was going to read the information because I've got it, and not even, I'm quoting from this. Not even the king could take the people's land without paying a tithe. So the people knew all this. They knew there was on the land. They knew that all the trading with gold and silver. They were dealing with all the principles properly. But obviously, since the Vatican came in with Unum Sanctum, Attorney Regis, Intercata, I mean, I can quote them all, and have been committing warfare on the people, and they've been, like the guy's been saying, of course, and at gunpoint, they've just been threatening everybody and causing all these problems. We need to kick them all off, regardless. I agree with where the guy's coming from, because again, the one thing about these people is they don't honor anything, and I agree with him on that point.
Everything
No.
about them is
The
fake.
problem, it's not us. They're the problem. It's not us.
Their last name is fake. Everything's fake.
Yeah, because even if, let's say, they say, all right, indigenous people, we're going to cut a deal with you, it's still going to be ultimately in their benefit. It's not going to be, okay, yep, you got us, you're right, this is your stuff.
Well, look at the trick.
Galactic
They're trying to give
Federation
you
reset.
I'm sorry, say that again, Brother Sean.
Galactic Federation reset.
Yeah, to be honest.
Every
It's gonna
time.
take it. It has to be. It has to gonna have to be because these people are using complete warfare. So even if your claims are like what the other guy's saying, you could put that claim in and prove who you are without any shadow of a doubt. But like you said, you're going to get 10,000 police turn up and they're going to enforce the nonsense. I agree where the guy's coming from because
Right.
your claim can't be beaten. So therefore, they're using warfare in order to force a fraudulent system. So therefore, something big is going to have to happen in order to take them out and get them to remain in honor because they're not remaining in honor. They're the problem. I agree with where the guy's coming from. So I think I think it's not been cleared
Yeah,
up. But I think we all know what's going on.
Yeah, we're all on the same page, and that's why I think they keep resetting.
Yes,
Because the
to keep up the
people's
false illusion.
consciousness start to wake up and be like, wait a minute. Now I'm starting to get it. I have to get you at a higher spiritual level to shake you all the way off and get you up out of here.
And they can't do that. They can't do that because the more they, and you're right, they can't do that because the more they try, the more they've come in with their force, the more your consciousness keeps growing. So you're outsmarting them, outthinking them, and they know that now, and that's why they're doing all these vaccinations and all this nonsense because they're trying to get humanity at the core level. They're trying to disrupt us at the consciousness core level. That's what the vaccines are about. They're getting absolutely desperate right now. They know their time's coming. They know. I agree with you, sister, completely. I agree with you.
Absolutely, absolutely. And we're going to go a little bit deeper into this metaverse, not even the metaverse stuff. We're going to get a little bit deeper into this AI stuff because we've been telling you all for years that it was coming. We told you exactly how it was going to come. We told you why it was going to come. And now we are literally at that point where it is here. And that is because it's time for them to reset, to put people back to sleep, if you want to put it simple.
They got more
people
efficient
back
at
to
doing it.
sleep.
Yeah, that's what the vaccines are there to do. Yeah, to put people back. That's attacking humanity at the genetic core-based level. That's why they're pushing it because the consciousness is outdoing them, so they have to do something drastic. That's what the vaccines are about. I agree with you completely. They're desperate. I agree with you completely, and that's because with this advent of it and I talk about the 7 years of revelation. It's because they're playing out a script. They're using that heliotech, that book.
Yep. You there?
So can you hear me? Sorry.
Yep, you're here. Yep, I can hear you now.
Yeah. The cosmological research, I was looking into the 7 years of revelation, and they're trying to basically attack us on the core level because the consciousness with this advent of Aquarius that's coming would put us in a position where no matter what they tried, they would lose. So the battle that we're fighting now, which you're just about to talk about, is the proper battle. This is the proper battle that's coming now. Do you know what I mean? Go ahead, sorry.
No, as you were saying that, I come across some information about the U.S. Army doing a project called Project Looking Glass. And it speaks on what you just spoke on there, where they already had the technology to see the future. And in their predictions, they couldn't figure out how to defeat us. Everything that they were doing, they always realized that we would always overcome them. So this is what they've realized. They have to go at it in a certain way, which is why they're trying it now. So they've had the ability to see things in the future, and they're disturbed that they can't beat us.
Thanos.
That's correct. That's what CERN's all about, and Brookhaven and stuff with the supercomputers, because they've been doing, and this gets back to the Philadelphia experiment as well, where they've been doing all these experiments to try and change the timeline. That's what they've been trying to do. I agree with you completely. And they've got the Montauk project where they've got the looking. This is what the guy's referring to with the looking glass technology, where they're trying to see the future. Exactly. And they're trying to see the future. Now, when this happened, when they opened up one of the portals, billions of black particles of matter came towards them and had to shut it down. So they're trying desperately with all these projects and stuff like that. And they keep being messed up. They keep being messed up all the time. So, and they know about the probable futures, and they can't see themselves in those futures, and that's what they're desperately trying to do, is create a future where they exist. That's what they're trying to do, and that's why they're trying to take us out. Yeah, keep going, sister. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, I'm agreeing with you, and I'm saying to them, I mean, you were invaders, and your time is up. It's just that simple.
Well, technically, they're being quarantined. If you really think about it, only the people that are going to be locked into their system are the people that are going to follow them. So if you stay...
Right. And I say, I've been telling them, get your ships, get your peeps, and go head on.
No, but if you stay to nature, the whole metaverse thing is not something you'll tune into.
No.
But everyone that tunes into it, though, yes, that would be their life, where they'll lose consciousness in the world, and they'll be plugged in and die, technically, and they won't even realize it.
Human, yeah.
Yep.
That's that coochie.
They tell you that. They tell you that we can upload your consciousness into a
virtual reality. That's what they're trying. The guys, right? The virtual reality stuff. They're trying. Yeah, you're spot on.
You don't need the physical body anymore. We'll put you in a consciousness, and you can be with Meta all day long. You don't have to use a keyboard no more. You don't need the microchip brain anymore. You upload your consciousness straight to the hardware. You're good.
All right, that's just a vessel for them creating the fake consciousness, the fake Merkaba. Because
it's mass genocide.
A billion people in the metaverse. That sounds like a billion souls, some type of like siphon and shit. Like hook up.
No, they just killed a billion souls.
As much energy as possible.
Right. Well,
that gets into that transhumanism agenda that they're trying to push again.
That's on the agenda tonight. I literally shout out to a brother. He sent me something. Brother Indigo Skywalker. This Sunday on CBS, baby, CBS 60 Minutes, they talked about transhumanism.
Yeah, they're pushing it hard.
Let's get into it. You want to stay up here, Brother Odell?
Yeah, definitely. I think we're all contributing. I think we all get this. I think we all realize.
Yeah, I'm so glad you was able to come on. All right, so stay on, because this is right on topic. So this was right on. Sis. I'm sorry. Yes, go ahead, Brother Sean.
But didn't that happen with Thanos? Dude, when it looked at all those different scenarios and each one, until they found one, and it was still detrimental to everybody.
Yep, and isn't that what's our program with the Raggedy Man, and we waiting on season 2 to come out.
Dang,
the tall guy. Come on, Brother Scotty, you know who I'm talking about. He's Marvel.
Oh, Loki.
That's what, isn't that what Loki is all about the timeline?
Oh yeah.
And about people hiding within the reset and how they keep resetting them timelines.
Yeah.
Brother Odell, I'd like to ask the question. Didn't they find the looking glass over there in England? Over there?
Yeah, they've had like multiple projects they've used. Basically, the technology they've had comes from, they've only had one really good scientist I respect that they've had, and that's Nikola Tesla, right? And the technology they use is based on, obviously, on those Tesla principles. And they've had multiple, it's not that they found the looking glass. What they've done is, basically, this is what I know about them, they're master fakers. What we can do naturally using your third eye and your macabre, using that what's called remote viewing, that you can do it naturally. But what they're doing is they're imitating that. If you watch the film The X-Men with Patrick Stewart, and he goes into the thing to find those people at the end, and they've got the looking glass, that mechanical version is what they use. But we can do this naturally using remote viewing, fam. So what they've been, so the natural version of it is remote viewing, but their version of it is the looking glass stuff. Now the looking glass stuff is limited because it's using technology, and that only has a finite position, because obviously it can only go so far. But they're also training empaths, and you probably know about this as well. They're also training empaths and people to do it naturally, and the people who do it naturally. But even the people who do it naturally, they could only go so far because their intent was against the universal stuff, and they was being blocked. And what was happening is they was getting images back showing them being blocked, and they was feeding that big information back into the government and all these Vatican and all these idiots. So no matter what position, like you were saying earlier, no matter what they've tried, they keep failing.
Yep.
Right. That was part of Project Camelot. They were talking about that some years ago.
That's correct. Yeah, that's right. And they've still got the technology. They're still using it. We've got the remote viewing stuff, which is done through the actual physical metal stuff. And then they've got people who they've trained. But even the people who they've trained still on it. I think it was between, and I did the time on this, between 20, because this issue with leaving the Piscean area and hitting the Aquarian. There was a 5-year period between September 2013 and September the 23rd, 2017. I've been doing the cosmological stuff on this. And during that timeline, while I was in the Dark Tower Rift, they could not see anything, and they were trying all kind of different stuff and all kind of different stuff. And it's only since we've become above the galactic plane, when we've hit the kingdom of the heavens, which is Aquarius, they've been able to see again. But even them seeing, they can't see themselves in the future in the way that they wanted, even using the natural stuff. And this is why, and so instead, because they can't do that, what they're trying to do is think, well, fuck, if we can't have it, no one can. And this is what the vaccinations are about. They're trying to kill off the humanity, and this is where the transhumanism comes in, because they're trying to create this, what I call this fake version of Aquarius, where naturally the universe is going to evolve us naturally, and we would move into the next state of being, and they can't go there because the pineal glands are calcified. They've got their karmic debt on themselves. They know their time's up, fam. Their time's up, and they know it.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's why they created the super soldiers to help fight the war against this stuff. And that's the remote viewing and the time travel as well. So that's part of that video I sent you, Rhonda, that she's talking about.
Okay. I'm going to definitely break that down because I know I'm going to have to sift through it. So, all right, y'all. So shout out to brother Indigo Skywalker for putting me up on a 60-minute interview with Anderson Cooper was interviewing this man named Harari. Okay, so I can't play it because of copyright, so I'm just gonna have to summarize it for you. Ciao. Get ready to clutch your pearls, baby. Now remember, this is CBS 60 Minutes, so that's mainstream media. This man, Harari, says, creating a new being. We are the last of the Homo sapiens. There will be beings that are very different from us, like we are different from chimpanzees. So that's what Anderson Cooper opened up the interview, quoting what dude Harari had said. And Anderson said,
Cooper.
huh?
Nothing. That's a tangent. Never mind.
Okay. Yes. Okay. I thought somebody said something. Okay, so then, because Anderson was taken back by that, and so he says, we will soon have the power to re-engineer our bodies and brains, and rather, that's genetic engineering. Blink 75 times. But folks think that what's up in them Sumerian texts was bullcrap, right? We will soon have the power to re-engineer our bodies and brains, and whether that's genetic engineering or by directly connecting brains to computers, Neuralink, or by creating non-organic entities.
Mm-hmm.
Artificial intelligence, which is not based at all on organic brain. And these technologies are developing at breaking speeds.
DARPA.
That's what this dude Harari is saying. So Anderson Cooper says, if this is true, then that is creating another species. Harari says it goes beyond creating another species. So just the pure fact that he's admitting that they're trying to create another species, this is all sounding familiar to me coming up out of them Sumerian text. But let's continue. Harari says it goes beyond creating another species. Okay, so then they went on to talk about artificial intelligence. And so 60 Minutes showed a little clip, and they were calling it gene editing. Parents having the ability to create smarter and prettier children. And I put, seems like miniature genetic engineering to me. So then they went on to play a clip about showing brain-computer interfaces. And they said human-machine hybrids. And I said transhumanism. Then they went back to Harari and Cooper, and Harari said, because when Harari said it's going beyond creating another species, Harari said they will create a greater inequality. It will mean a biological inequality, only available to the rich. It will be a switch between the Homo sapiens. So I put in parentheses, in other words, the new species and the organic people, which, in my opinion, very little organic people left. But let's continue. Let's continue.
Organic and inorganic. Simple.
Yes. So Harari and Anderson Cooper went on a tour to an ancient area in Israel where Harari lives, and Harari said that Homo sapiens were able to turn the area into a city with the development of language. And the Homo sapiens were able to drive out the Neanderthals and all other species, and they went extinct. So I was tripping on the fact that the point he was trying to make, he was using an analogy of what happened in the past with what they think is going to happen in the future. So meaning non-organic or artificial intelligent or re-engineered non-organic beings driving out the natural organic beings. And he was using the example in the past where Homo sapiens drove out the Neanderthal and other species. And I found it amazing that they even mentioned the other species part. Because again, when you read the Sumerian text, it said that there were multiple creations. Okay? So he went on to say, he said they experienced a cognitive change that helped them create language. So meaning the Homo sapiens experienced a cognitive change that helped them create language. I put in parentheses, no, you mean they were taught language via the Anunnaki. So Harari goes on to say, he fears we are the ones at risk being dominated by artificial intelligence. He states that AI will be able to solve problems with more intelligence than us, but they lack consciousness, which is dangerous.
didn't the Anunnaki have AI as just part of their operating system? Like,
Absolutely. Absolutely, they did.
Yeah, that's what's
Not-
all
nothing
loaded
new
up
then.
into them MEs.
Right. That's the MEs, the little mirths.
right,
Yeah, so the metaverse is the source for they to make them MEs.
Not a human.
Absolutely.
Because now they're
So
going to reprogram them through their subconscious without them even knowing in the metaverse.
exactly.
And I bet you the device that they're going to put over their head also has the ability to interact with their cerebral. So it's reading their bodily functions and able to probably interact with them. And probably one of these, let's say, jabs also probably gives them connectivity. So where that device that they put on their head also, how can I say, couples with their bodies.
Now remember when we were reading the patent, I want y'all to unlock your memory. Remember when we were reading that patent? And that patent was talking about those nanobots.
Mm-hmm.
And those nanobots having the ability to create an artificial world.
Mm-hmm.
And those nanobots having the ability to bring information back from the artificial world to the real world to change reality. Y'all remember that? Y'all remember that? Is it starting to make sense now?
So just to put it in plain and simple, they put something in you that has the ability to interact with a device they're going to put on you, which then they have the ability to code to do whatever they want to your body.
Control. Total control.
Just another operating system.
Exactly.
It's all connected to that quantum financial system that the patriots think is supposed to be their salvation. But all it is the reset.
It's the reset.
Leaving the old system, coming off into a new system. They've already laid out the terms of the deal and everything to people. You get your 1,000 years of peace.
Which may be a day, but go continue.
And we all get to pretend like we're all one. And that's and we're supposed to share and everything together.
Exactly. Exactly.
But they're not entitled to anything.
No.
We don't owe them
anything.
Shit.
That's right.
I don't have to feel any sorrow, sympathy, empathy for anything that is parasitic in nature.
Absolutely.
Their only purpose is to survive by any means necessary.
Yep.
Beyond that, it's simply thought forms. You're being given a suggestion. It's you who gives it energy.
That's right.
It's you who gives it life. Even if we don't speak on the jabs, that really has no power. We think that it has power. Whether we're thinking it's going to help us, or whether we're thinking that it's something that's going to be detrimental to us.
Yep.
Thing is, it doesn't have to be part of your reality.
Indeed.
You don't have to focus on that in any way, shape, or form. It's not mandatory at this point, and I don't think that it ever will be. But if I can get millions of you to kill yourselves off or to voluntarily come into the system,
right, Back
I
into
don't have to
slavery.
worry about you. Right. I don't have
Exactly.
to worry about you.
Exactly.
And if I got enough of y'all where I can continue to survive for thousands of years for this next era.
Feed off of.
Right. I'm not
Right.
worried. They're not worried about those of us who they can't touch. They got enough.
That's true.
They like, we're not about to fuck with them and have them fuck everything up.
Right.
We
Exactly.
gonna leave them the hell alone.
Exactly.
You have to volunteer to go off into their fear and hatred.
Right.
Their system is by consent.
It
They
is.
continually tell you that. And for all the lovers of the Constitution, whichever one you want, organic or otherwise,
Right.
again, you're governed by your consent. That's you taking the role of a minority because you need someone to govern your affairs.
Right.
You need somebody to tell you what to do. You need man-made laws to tell you what to do because you vibrate so low and are so lost that you just would do what the fuck ever.
Yep.
And people are showing it. Look at what they're doing for fame. Look at what they're doing for likes on fucking social media.
Exactly. It's disgusting. Yep.
But it's what people choose. We don't have to choose that. That does not have to be our reality.
Absolutely.
I digress.
Absolutely. Okay, brother Odell, just let me know when either put it in the chat because when I'm reading, I may not see if you're trying to get back in. So put it in the chat, and the rest of the family they'll let me know, and I'll bring you back on when you want to put something on it. I see you put yourself on mute. So the other thing, I just said when Harari states that AI will be able to solve problems more intelligently than us, but they lack consciousness, which is danger. I just noted here that they're just going to merge human consciousness with AI to create a new species. So remember that patent we were looking at where the nanobot could create the virtual world and go between virtual and real world, and they could change realities. Okay, so changing the consciousness. I said, but AI or the machine will have the final say over that individual's consciousness. I'm sorry. Go ahead, sis.
You know, the American Red Cross won't take people's blood that has the injection. I would say, well, I'm sorry. And some insurance companies won't even insure you anymore because they have already changed their species.
Oh, well.
Yeah, and they really don't expect them to be around. That's the reason why they're letting all these people in that are not jabbed. They're going to need people to feed off of. They're going to need workers to keep them comfortable. And people have volunteered.
They bring in the other people to replace us.
Yeah, reset.
Yeah, reset.
Automation.
Yeah.
McDonald's is going to be robots.
Yeah. Reset.
Just like in that book, when it tells you that he was displeased, so he wiped out a whole population.
Yep.
Reset.
Yep, reset.
He did it with a flood before. Now he's doing it through a jab.
Yeah. Yeah, and I'm going to drop something tomorrow. Child, blew my locks all the way back. And I found it on accident. and it's about our stomping grounds, Brother Sean, in Ohio. Blew my locks back. I'm gonna drop it tomorrow. But yeah, reset. And again, they can reset right on off of this planet. How about that reset?
Back where they came from.
Right. They homeland should be put all together by now. And I'm talking the entire realm. That includes hidden lands and all of that.
You mean they're going to Mars? They already got their route.
Reset right on up out of here. How about that reset? So the last part, Harara states that companies that control the most data will control the world. Data is much more important, much more valuable than currency. Let me run that past y'all again. Data is much more valuable than currency. And so I just made a note, who has the most data? Wouldn't that be Google / their parent company, which is named Alphabet? Facebook / now known as Meta? And then the last point, it says, Herrera says he fears the next step on data collection is biodata. So that goes right back to the article that Sister Divinity shared with us, that they were saying the same thing, that the next step was for them to get the biodata. So data on what's going on with your body. So he says, or data that is collected based on what is going on within your body. I'm sorry, go ahead, Sis Sandra.
I heard that China asked for that. They want the biodata, like our blood types,
Yes,
that kind of stuff.
Because that's part of that app, TikTok.
It
tracks your biodata.
Well, it even goes further. In Canada, they're showing commercials where they're basically teaching students how to make bio clothing to track your biodata. Because they're basically saying, Dad, the next wave of technology will be able to track your stuff, so you don't have to use your watch. You'll just be wearing it. And they're showing it on the commercials as the next new technology to teach the kids.
You basically mean as far as in clothing?
Yeah, wearable, trackable.
Yeah, but
so you have the watch now. You have the watch now. So now they want to buy clothing. It'll be Gucci. Trust me, it'll be Gucci that will track your body data. So you don't have to wear the watch anymore. I could tell you whatever, because you're wearing whatever.
Right. But do y'all remember the first movie that showed that? And maybe y'all didn't see the movie that Will Smith and his son did called After Earth.
Yep. Great movie.
Yeah, it was really a good movie. It didn't get a lot of play. I know most people didn't understand it.
It went over most people's heads.
Yeah, I was like, I was like, yeah, Will, I get you on that.
It rated as one of his lowest grossing.
Yeah, and it has so many jewels in it. But yeah,
what was it called? What was it called? Sorry.
After Earth. After Earth. It's really a good movie. They drop a lot of technology in that movie, and it was a lot of metaphysics messages in there.
So they already come back here.
Oh, okay. So it says that yep, there he is. Okay. Brother Odell, you should be unmuted. There you go.
Can you hear me? Yeah, can you hear me again?
Yep, we can hear you.
All right, just a quick thing, because I don't want to interrupt what you're saying, because I agree with you completely. One of the things that I have noticed that they are using, this is part of this system. The guy mentioned it earlier on, one of the speakers, I don't know his name, he's very clever. One thing I have noticed, and I probably will, hopefully if I get on next week, I'll share it there with. I know one of the things they could be using as part of the system that he's just been on about this, the Great Reset, have you ever heard what's called special drawers, SDRs? And they've recently included those in certain constitutions. So I know for a fact that they're moving this thing in the direction you've just been talking about. And one of the aspects of it is the SDRs, or special drawing rights, which will allow them to start having the intercurrency. So I know that's one thing they are doing, and it's only been creeping up recently. So I know that's one thing they are doing. So this thing that the guy just mentioned is spot on, and they're slow, like you said, they're slowly introducing it, bringing it in bit by bit. But it's not obvious to those who don't look, but those who are prepared to look properly at this issue can see what's going on. So I know the SDRs is definitely a part of that global currency reset and that new system, what I call a fake version of the Quest, that they're trying to put in place. But I just wanted to contribute that, and I'll let you continue because I'm enjoying this at the moment. But yeah, I agree with you completely.
Okay, thank you for that, child. Now I'm gonna have what they done updated the special drawing rights on. Always
yeah, because I was going to say that too. After they add that bio data, that's another thing with getting them billion people in the metaverse too. Not only the consciousness, it's the commerce. They want you to spend your money, the money to be spent in that metaverse too, not divert the real world no more.
Yeah,
obviously.
I'm sorry. Go ahead, son.
No, I was saying that's where crypto comes
obviously, in. It's already known the money ain't even fucking real. So let's just spend the fake money in the fake world.
Yes, I agree, and that's what those cryptocurrencies, those new stuff's about. I agree with you completely. They know exactly how they're going to set that up. I agree with you completely. That's all augmented as part of this global currency reset. I say this fake version of the Quest, this fake version they want to create, this transhumanism agenda. That's all part of that. I agree with you completely.
And if they lock the world down again like they did before, it will make it easy to implement.
Yeah.
Agreed.
Hold on, I got something for y'all. We still ain't done, y'all. Still ain't done.
In the moment.
Hold that thought. Still got something for you.
In the moment.
So, the last part of Herrera says, last month the UN suggested a moratorium on AI until rules are put in place for the use of AI. Blink 75 times. Blink 75 times.
I got this one. So as Black people, as Indigenous people, you went from being Black to Indigenous. Now you're fighting to have rights against let's say the LGBT crowd. And now everyone, LGBT crew, Black and everybody, you're going to be fighting for your rights over AI. There's going to be an issue where AI does something and you're going to be wrong because you're a human. And AI was in better position than you.
Infallible.
Okay.
And they already got it set up for AI to be paid with the cryptocurrency.
Correct.
Exactly.
And you know the AI is already there because Israel has the first AI citizen, Sophia.
Yeah, that damn robot.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and then had the audacity to name her Sophia, and you know why that is, right?
They're rubbing it in our faces.
Right, because Sophia symbolizes the divine feminine or the AI Mother Earth. Do you all understand why they did what they did?
Sophia is the mother of their creation.
Exactly.
Just like Sophia was the mother of our creation.
Exactly. Sophia is the mother of their creation.
And she's asking to have children. She wants babies.
Yes.
Sophia is going to be like that robot in iMovie with Will Smith. That one robot. That one consciousness.
Exactly.
Yeah. At the end of the day.
Exactly. And I dropped a vid on podcast. It's in the series Old World Tech Hidden in Plain Sight. I can't remember which one it was, but we went into how even in the past they were genetic engineering, and how in the future they're now developing artificial wombs where babies can be grown inside these artificial wombs, etc., etc. And child, they censored that video. I was kind of cracking up. It's still there, but I saw where they put a warning on the vid. I wasn't MFing SBing. I wasn't cussing in it or anything. So, child. So, all right. So, you remember Harara said that the UN needs to look at AI. They want to put a moratorium on it so the UN can wrap some rules around it. So Wired magazine, and shout out to the sis that sent me this. Americans, she sent me something else. I'm gonna get into it in a minute, but that prompted me to look this up. Americans need a Bill of Rights for an AI powered world. This is from Wired magazine. The White House Office of Science and Technology Policy is developing principles to guard against powerful technologies with input from the public. In the past decade, data-driven technologies have transformed the world around us. We've seen what's possible by gathering large amounts of data and training artificial intelligence to interpret it. Computers that learn to translate languages, facial recognition systems that unlock our smartphones, algorithms that identify cancers in patients, the possibilities are endless. But these new tools have also led to serious problems. What machines learn depend on many things, including the data used to train them. Okay, so anytime you hear the term machine learning, that's what it really means. It means machines getting smarter by the experience they're gaining from just doing things.
Interacting. Like when you take those little tests online where it say pick out the cars or the road signs, when you interact with the AI, when the AI interacts with a sentient being, that's how it learns.
Yes, that is exactly right.
And they have jobs now that they're giving up.
What you say?
Captcha.
There's jobs like they're actually hiring people for that skill so that they can help.
When the robot asks you to prove if you a robot or not. The fuck?
Right. No, if you're a human or not. No, if you're a human or not.
Right. Yeah, that's how I knew what the term machine learning means, because there's actually a job description for programmers to work with machine learning. Absolutely, Brother Nuwa. Data sets that fail to represent American society can result in virtual assistants that don't understand Southern accents. So shout out to me. Y'all, you try to decode what I'm saying if you want to. We'll straight go back to Pig Latin. And we'll change that up too. So don't be messing with no Southerner.
Not just memes. The robots don't know memes. They can't read memes.
Oh, that's a good point.
That's why meme wars are working.
So don't be thinking you fixing to figure out folk, especially no Southerner. We'll change that whole dialect on y'all. Anyway, facial.
A higher ray rate to do that. Don't worry. A higher ray rate to teach the robot.
Right. They could try to hire Ray Ray. I'm like, oh, okay, so you done took your dust ass over there and then learned it them what we talking about. Okay.
Oh yeah.
Right.
He's gonna sign up for the metaverse, and his whole little consciousness, his personality, everything about him gonna be in that bit. So they're gonna have full to his data. Because it's valuable.
That's
thing.
why we have to be
programmed.
Right, but that's why you have to be a creator.
Oh shit.
That's why you have to be a creator. And that's why you have to be in tune with whom people truly are. So it's beyond color, like I keep telling folks. It's beyond even to the point heritage.
Bloodline.
It is about its frequency and energy. You have to be able to discern where people are on a frequency spiritual level. And what we keep telling y'all week after week after week after week, it's only going to be 1% of us that truly get everything that's going on, and we not rocking with it.
we don't need you to agree with us to feel comfortable with it.
Do not need for you to agree with us. I say that all the time. People want to come and windmill on my little old channel, trying to tell me what to think and what to say. Boo, it's not going to work. You can go on and kick rocks. I'm going to do what I want to do. And why are you concerned about what I'm doing and what I'm saying? Do you?
It fractures your reality.
Yeah, go on with it now. So,
because it is.
I'm sorry.
It is all about energy.
It is.
I mean, if you look at how many people that are blood related that kill, steal, and lie to each other.
Yep.
I mean, you even have parents, so-called parents, doing things to their children.
Absolutely.
Disgusting.
So it's not necessarily about your bloodline.
Right, because if you
That
got to
too.
cut them off, you got to do what you got to do. Somewhere along the line, it was tainted, right?
Because that too can be part of the matrix.
Absolutely.
Especially
And
if
keep you
they're
trapped.
still with, especially if they're still within it and you let them
Exactly.
bring you back down into it.
Exactly.
You don't have to pay for everybody else's
No.
karma simply because you're related to someone.
Absolutely. Agreed. Now you
So many
rewrite the
emotional
blueprint,
attachments.
but that's up to them to pick up that blueprint and make it do what it do. But you're not supposed to be stopping your progress for their shenanigans. And to be honest, family can be the biggest hindrance to a lot of people. Okay, now I'm not talking about if you was in the dramatization and you caused the drama.
Right.
That I'm not talking about. So meaning, you know, you got children that you done damaged or you ain't taken care of and all of that. That's not what we talking about. That you get to wash your hands and wipe up, just walk away from it and think you vibrating high and you creating something new. No, that's not what we're talking about. But you do have the ability to break the curses, rewrite a blueprint, but it is their responsibility to walk through. It's not your responsibility to pull them through. It's their responsibility to walk through. So a lot of hard decisions are going to have to be made, and we're talking relatively quick. I'm saying within the next 5 years, in my opinion, in the next 5 years, some real hard decisions are going to have to be made.
No, they need to be made now, and
Well,
the physicality.
I'm trying to be generous to some folks because, you know, folks still, you know, swinging on sky daddies and they YouTube fathers and mammies, baby. So I'm trying to be generous.
Generosity for these motherfuckers.
Nah, there's a mandate out. We can't be generous no more. I'm sorry.
Okay, yes, sir. You right, baby. You right. Correct, auntie.
Time's up.
Well, you don't have no more motherfucking time.
Nope, there's no time.
You got to make decisions. You got to, man. That's why I don't have it to give with all of this. Oh, you hurt my feelings. You shouldn't say that about my sky daddy. You shouldn't say that about the black man. You shouldn't. Look. I don't have time for any of that. You could keep playing in La La Land with that bullshit. I'm over it. But you're right. You're right, nephew. There really isn't any more time.
Like, say with the babies, like I'll get tired of these lies when it comes to Christmas, the holidays. The fact that I have to lie to my child is perpetuating the story, which is which is keeping them in a dull mind state. And instead of building their mind to where it should be, I'm helping or contributing to the lulling or the dulling of their existence.
Absolutely.
Agreed completely. And this is the other thing I was going to just contribute. I'll let me put 2 pence worth in. Now, because I know they're playing out a script cosmologically using that heliotech, using that book. And I can prove this, and if I get time to screen share next week, maybe I'll use Stellarium and show everybody. But if they're playing out their 7 years of revelation, which is what's in their book, and it's done by cosmological principles, we hit the halfway point on December the 20th. I think it was December 21st, 2020. Yeah, that's when I did the cosmological alignment. There's a massive alignment that took place with Mercury, the Sun, Venus, and all the planets took place. The universe were telling us what time it is with this advent of Aquarius. But I'll say this: that means that they've only got time times and half a time. So if you look at it, which is what this guy was just saying, you've just been saying that if you look at it now, we're going to be in 2022 shortly. If they're playing out the script, they want to try and have this all in place by 2025. But they want to try and have it in place by 2025. But I think before then, because obviously they've got the second 3.5 years, which means next year they're going to have to start. They're ramping this thing up between now and 2023. So we're going to see a lot within this between now and 2023. We're going to have a lot of stuff going on, and it's going to
move fast.
It's going to move quick. That's right. Because the Aquarian age is coming. They can't stop the high consciousness that's coming. So they've got a timeline that they've got to stick to, because if they miss anything that they're missing out on, that's going to be them out of it. So they're on a strict time piece where they've got to do certain things in a certain way, and all they're doing is the inevitable still going to come regardless. That's what I mean. They're literally clinging on by the claws. Now, regards to the AI with Brookhaven and certain stuff, what's happening with that kind of stuff and the technology is that the supercomputers are hitting certain algorithms and using the Fibonacci and stuff like that. Now, I got the Fibonacci, but even the principles that they're basing the computers on based on Piscean frequencies and Piscean construct. With this new advent of Aquarius and the new frequencies and the divine feminine that's coming in, this gets into what you talk about with the Great Sophia. The divine feminine that's coming in, this new energy, they can't run those computers on that because their computers are running on a Piscean construct and on Piscean issues and Piscean algorithms. So the AI is limited because it can only function on the technology that it's built on. You see what I mean? The template it's built on is fundamentally flawed in that Piscean stuff. So the new energies that are coming in will overtake the AI regardless. But it's about us tapping into that new state of being and into that fifth dimensional state of being, that new state of being, where they're trying to, using the vaccines and all this other nonsense, they're trying to keep us in that old state of being. So there's this battle there, and you're right, this battle's going on right now for humanity, and that's what's going on in terms of the consciousness, because we've got the naturalness that's going to come as part of the next state of being, and then you've got their fake version that they're trying to put in using the AI. So you're seeing both, and so there's going to be no what I call fence sitting. Before, people was allowed to sit on the fence, but based on what they're doing right now, there's going to be no fence sitting. There's going to be nowhere to run and hide. You're going to have to make choices and make decisions rapidly and quickly, because you ain't going to get no options. So I agree with you completely on that front.
Yes, thank you, Brother Odell. Thank you. All right. So
I just want to add one more thing.
Thing.
For the people that are fighting this particular system, don't feel bad, because what you have to understand, the individuals that are going with the system, they're more enslaved than we are. Remember, they have to be checked, prodded, and probed to go anywhere. We are all trying to put ourselves in positions where we don't have to be a part of that system. Like Uncle Sean just said, phase yourself out. You're only in that system by accepting it. So if you don't want to be there, you have to make a very harsh decision and phase yourself out, or you will be subjected to what their reality is.
Yep, indeed. All right. So they said they don't understand Southern accents. Facial recognition technology that leads to wrongful discriminatory arrest, and healthcare algorithms that discount the severity of kidney disease in African Americans, preventing people from getting kidney transplants. Training machines based on earlier examples can embed past prejudice, enable present-day discrimination. Hiring tools that learn the features of a company's employee can reject applicants who are dissimilar from existing staff despite being well qualified, for example, women computer programmers. Mortgage approval algorithms to determine credit worthiness can readily infer that certain home zip codes are correlated with race and poverty, extending decades of housing discrimination into the digital age. Okay, so all that they just mentioned, child, they already doing some of that. Okay, so they're just, of course, mentioning the obvious stuff, but we're breaking down for you all what this is really all about. We are talking about your soul consciousness. And we've been telling you this for years. I did just not wake up out the bed telling you this shit. Go back and check the archives.
Brother 832 on the line.
Okay, he's going to have to wait. He's going to have to wait till I get through this. And then, because I brought him on. I'm going to bring him on, but I need to get through this. Because we got one more thing to go through. AI can recommend medical support for groups that access hospital services most often rather than those who need them most. Training AI indiscriminately on internet conversations can result in sentiment analysis that views the words, well, ain't they already doing this? Black, I can't even say this next word, starts with the J, and gay as negative. They already doing this. Literally, when we kept throwing around the jab word, but starting with the V, literally, my internet connection got unstable. So they already doing this.
Yep, the pork, that's right, yep.
These technologies also raise questions about privacy and transparency. When we ask our smart speaker to play a song, is it recording what our kids say?
It's training.
Exactly. Exactly. It's machine learning, right? When exactly. And then you sitting at your computer, and next thing you know, oh, you want to go on vacation, and you sitting there, you getting ads for what you done talked about, and you like wanting to do like like that. So it's already doing that.
And they already been doing that based on where you live, because they ask you for your area, they ask you for your zip code, this, that, or the other. And depending upon what your zip code is, that determine your insurance rates and some of everything.
Yeah, absolutely. And I was literally in a meeting.
Maps are colonization. They got maps for everything. So
absolutely.
Maps are colonization.
I was in a meeting, I think it was yesterday, and they were talking about a piece of software. And they said that they can have that software, program that software to sift through resumes and kick out resumes based on certain criteria. And I just shook my head. I'm like, oh, yeah, I already see where this is going. And not to say that companies aren't doing that right now, because they use the example, if you have 500 resumes and you want to get through them, you can program the system based on certain keywords, and it would automatically disqualify those other resumes. So why wouldn't somebody do that on zip code or put in names?
They do that when they ask you those pre-questions. They do that when they ask you the pre-question, like for a job. If you go apply for a job, you have to answer some pre-questions before you even hand in the resume. And based on those pre-questions will kind of validate whether or not you go left or right.
Right. Which is bull crap. I'm
Yeah.
like, you know what? I'm not playing this game with y'all. Go.
All those situational questions where it'd be like multiple questions, it'd be the same question in different words, see if you can lie or not.
Absolutely.
So if you figured it out, all right, we'll let him go to the second step of the interview and we'll weed out the rest of those guys.
Right. Absolutely. So it says when a student takes an exam online, should their webcam be monitoring and tracking their every move? Are we entitled to know why we are denied a home loan or a job interview? Additionally, there's the problem of AI being deliberately abused. Some autocracies or aristocrats use it as a tool of state-sponsored oppression, division, and discrimination.
Oh, really?
No, right. No kidding.
I would never think that of that.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, never.
Trying not to have my southern accent so AI could pick it up properly. I'm appalled.
Appalled.
Seriously, yeah.
In the United States, some of the failings of AI may be unintentional, side-eye on my part, but they are serious and they disproportionately affect already marginalized individuals and communities. They often result from AI developers not using appropriate data sets and not auditing systems comprehensively, as well as not having diverse perspectives around the table to anticipate and fix problems before products are used, or to kill products that can't be fixed. So this goes back to, I think, nephew knew why I said all they gonna do for the southern accent is go get Ray to crack the code. All right, so in a competitive marketplace, it may seem easier to cut corners, but it's unacceptable to create AI that will harm many people, just as it's unacceptable to create pharmaceutical and other products, whether cars, children's toys, or medical devices that will harm many people. Well, child, we already know that they create pharmaceuticals that harm people.
You know, that's kind of foolish, because when I was watching this video years ago, a few years back, not within this 5-year period, they had a training seminar on developing AI technology. Remember I told you about that?
Mm-hmm.
And on the bulletin board, they put the word demonology. So AI is a demon system. So demon system is going to be not hurting people? Or, I mean, I must have missed something. That's it. That's what they had on their board.
And that would validate organic and inorganic.
Right. Americans have a right to expect better. Powerful technology should be required to respect our democratic values and abide by the central tenet that everyone should be treated fairly. Codifying these ideas can help ensure these, or codifying these ideas can help ensure that.
So crazy.
Soon after ratifying our Constitution, Americans adopted a Bill of Rights to guard against the powerful government we had just created, enumerating guarantees such as freedom of expression and assembly, right to due process and fair trials, and protection against unreasonable search and siege. And honey, they trying to skirt around that every second of the day.
Yeah.
Throughout our history, we have had to reinterpret, reaffirm, and periodically expand these rights. In the 21st century, we need a Bill of Rights to guard against the powerful technologies we have created. Our country should clarify the rights and freedoms we expect data-driven technologies to respect. What exactly those are, what exactly those are will require discussion. But here are some possibilities. Your right to know when and how AI is influencing a decision that affects your civil rights and civil liberties, your freedom being subjected to AI that hasn't been carefully audited to ensure that it's accurate, unbiased, and has been trained on sufficiently representative data sets, your freedom from pervasive or discriminatory surveillance and monitoring in your home, community, and workplace, and your rights to meaningful recourse if the use of an algorithm harms you.
That sounds good, don't it?
So, who's supposed to be doing all of this monitoring?
With NSA
AI.
out here, that's not even true stuff.
And
NSA
making all these decisions when somebody breaks something?
AI.
and the NSA is already doing this stuff, monitoring.
Yeah, they are already doing. And you know what opened the gateway for that? And the American people gave their consent for all of this. Exactly.
9/11.
You can't say that.
Patriot. Oops, sorry.
119.
Right.
Patriot. I would say Patriot Act. An enemy of the state, definitely.
Exactly. That one event that took down them towers, and they allow all of that legislation to go forward for all of that monitoring. They were planning that. They were issuing in the start to create where we are today with mass surveillance.
Exactly.
It created the need for it.
Exactly.
Well, actually, right now, who's doing all the monitoring and collecting of data is the Space Force. Ain't that Trump's thing?
Yeah.
What data they collecting? Put me up on game, because I haven't really followed that, to be real honest about it.
You know, people are thinking that it was put in place for this quote unquote alien invasion or for that, but that was actually put in place for them for the reset, basically. You know, like how they saying all these people allegedly and supposedly are being put to death, you know, all this human trafficking,
right,
etc., etc. Well, that's allegedly and supposedly what the Space Force was there for, collecting information on the elite worldwide. This, that,
I didn't know that. Okay.
Yeah. And it's all part of the quantum financial system, that whole Q system.
Yep.
And
I work with the SDRs, yep.
And Trump, he's supposed to be launching his own media site, got its own app, this, that, or the other. So that'll probably be the site that has the most data, especially considering the way the rest of these so-called leaders capitulated to Trump when he was in office.
Right.
I mean, he's still in office because anybody with any sense saw what happened with this selection process.
It was a hot mess.
So none of this is real. It's all theater.
Mm-hmm. And scripted. Well, theater is scripted, yes.
So it's supposed to make you choose between the choices in which they've given you. You haven't exercised your right as a creator.
That's right.
And created your own way.
That's right.
Exactly. They need your consent. This is the free will issue that people don't realize how powerful we are, because this gets into that free will issue. Their system relies on consent, which is contract. Absolutely. This is the fundamentals that they rely on. what people don't realize is that we don't need them, they need us, they're parasites.
Exactly.
But the issue is the only way they can do that is like what the guy's saying, is by feeding. And that means this is what the Matrix is about. This was Sophia Stewart again. She did really well with that, because 99% of test subjects were happy so long as they were given a choice. That's all about consent and contract of consent. And the biggest thing you have is your own dominion, creating your own thing, and not even engaging in this nonsense. And I agree with what the guy's saying, and is spot on. That's the key thing. They need you to engage in their system in order for it to exist. They know that, and that's the key thing. And this is why they're on the mind control. This is the NKultra stuff and the AI, because this is all about consciousness. This is what you were on about earlier on, sister, and I agree, because they know that that's where the biggest battle is going to be for the mind, which you told that in the Matrix. Morpheus mentions it. The biggest battle is always going to be for the mind, because they know if that can't be controlled, everything else around that collapses, period. They know that. They're scared. They know that. They're trying to see right now in the system. They're trying to see right now those of us that really get what's going on and those that are clueless. And that's what they're trying to find out right now with what's going on. But I agree with you completely, sister. But yeah, keep going.
Yes, indeed. I'm so glad you was able to come on, Brother Odell. Oh, I'm so glad. Okay, so, of course, enumerating the rights is just a first step. What might we do to protect them? Possibilities include the federal government refusing to buy software or technology products that fail to respect these rights, requiring federal contractors to use technologies that adhere to this Bill of Rights, or adopting new laws and regulations to fill gaps. States might choose to adopt similar practices, right? So once again, anybody in tech, and they showed you in the Matrix. Remember the guy in the Matrix that had them keys?
Yeah.
What was them keys doing? Wasn't the keys like to the back door to the programs?
That's what they're running right now in this system. This is what people are not realizing. I agree with you. The Jesuits are running a two-tier system. There's a real side with the gold and silver and all the real stuff, and then they've got this fake version which you're on about with a fiat that's running in this under the Sesta KV. And when Neo went to meet Saraf, that's what you're on about. And he goes in through the back, what's called the back doors. That's right, it's called the back doors. And he uses the keys to open the doors to the real side when he goes to see the Oracle. And that's right, they're running a two-tier system where they've got certain fundamentals and doorways that they're using in order to balance the books and operate their system. So you're absolutely spot on. And they know by using the two-tiered system, they can sit on the real side while they keep us on this fake side, which is what they try to create and keep us in this illusional construct. And that's what they're doing right now. So I agree with you completely. So that's what we were showing with Saraf. And you could see Saraf knew all this, because when Neo viewed him, you could see Saraf was in his gold consciousness higher state. And you could see him when he first went in to see him, you could see that. And then obviously they fight each other, and then Saraf opens the doors to take him to see the Oracle. So you could see Saraf was in his highest state of mind. And that's why he was able to transition between both systems, because he knew he had all the keys and codes. But keep going, but I agree. But yeah, he's spot on. That film shows so much. Keep going.
Yep, absolutely. In the coming months, the White House Office of Science and Technology Policy, which we lead, will be developing such a Bill of Rights. Now, y'all see, this is in the coming months. Like Brother Odell said, 3 more years left, but it's going to move like this. They not playing. It's going to move really, really fast. Yes, ma'am.
Somebody made a comment. It's the rich people and corporations making the decision. Now, the problem with that is that the corporations were set up by the Pope, by the Catholic Church. Even the democracy was set up over here by the Catholic Church. The Article, I think, 17 gave them the right to do commerce on this side of the planet. So if that is the case, they're going to lose, because the Piscean age is gone. And if there's putting in AI technology to control the narrative, they're going to lose, because they can't. This is their last link of survival to keep hold of what they had as far as the human species is concerned. And they can't do it because their time is up.
Right,
So
because the planet's natural organic frequency is rising so high that they cannot match it, as should your consciousness be rising with her consciousness naturally. You are supposed to be vibrating at such a high level that their technology can never match that frequency.
Can never.
Yes.
And they're hiding what's happening is because they're using technology for the weather.
Yeah.
They can't be around UV light, for example, and they need to keep the sky as close as possible for them to operate. Because as you said, the frequency is changing. So right before, let's say back in the day, they could have walked on the surface. Now they can't, which is why, as you said, they have all these underground cities. You hear these underground tunnels. Because the surface is not going to be habitable for them anymore.
Absolutely. And it's interesting you said that because I've had like a teen headache for the past couple days, and all I have to do is check the Schumann resonance, or if there's like a burst of UV radiation coming through, and it's usually one of the two, sometimes both, and it's just getting higher and higher. And sure enough, I saw right before I got on the air, they were saying that the aurora borealis is going to be able to be seen in the U.S. In the upper part of North America.
There'll be a snowstorm, watch.
And I'm like, okay, that makes sense why I have this headache. So yes, absolutely. So again, you are supposed to be raising your consciousness as the planet's consciousness is rising. They already know that once you vibrate at a high frequency, that your frequency can get as high where there's no amount of technology that they can develop can keep up.
Agreed.
They'll start to resonate.
It's organic.
Right.
This is the problem. This is, and I agree. Not to cut the brother, but I just agree with sister, because if you naturally vibrate, this is the stuff to do with the melanin as well, and how that can adapt to obviously the UV rays and the sun's rays and the galactic rays which are coming while we're in the kingdom of the heaven with this advent of Aquarius. Because that frequency is going to be sort of natural and organic. If you can vibrate to that point, it doesn't matter. Their technology is limited in a three-dimensional Piscean construct.
That is correct.
They can only do things from that perspective. But if you're dealing with things from a natural, universal, in terms of this advent of Aquarius, this divine feminine energy, they can't match that, because this energy is coming in. It's not only the fact that it's new, but they can't imitate that because this is coming naturally. What they do is they create they're master imitators. They try to recreate what something else is doing. They look at it, they imitate it, and then sell it back to you in a fake version. But if you're doing something naturally, they can't imitate what the universe does, because that's natural. They can only observe it, they can't control it. I agree with you completely. And that's the difference. They can observe it, but they can't control it. So if you're on that level, you can get there. You can get in tune with that and be a part of that. They can't do that because of all the karmic debt and all the stuff that they've got to deal with. They can't imitate that, and they know that that's what they're scared of, because they can't imitate it. But go ahead, sister.
Indeed.
I like to just add on that and just say it in my own words. So we know we went from I think it was 432 hertz, and they changed it. They tried to match her frequency and alter it or phase shift it with the 440, right? And now you're saying Mother Nature, she's shifted her frequency again. So let's just say math-wise, she's squared it. So 432 squared, whatever that number is. And now they are trying to use their 5Gs and other Gs to kind of replicate that frequency again, to phase shift it. But all we need to do is to, as you say, attune ourselves to what we should be tuned into, as you said, to nature, tune back into to Tiamat, and she'll tell us what we need to do to resonate on her frequency. And
Absolutely.
I don't know if you ever played music before, but if you ever in tune, if you take a tuning fork and you hit that tuning fork, any other tuning fork that's within that key of the tuning fork will resonate even though you didn't hit it. So what I'm saying is that Mother Nature is that big tuning fork. She's ringing and she wants us to resonate with her. It's a choice.
That's
you can
right.
live the lifestyle where you won't resonate, you're dull as a board and you don't resonate. Or you can live the lifestyle that she's trying to show you naturally where you will resonate. And that's what they're, as you said, all the things they're doing, their jabs, everything is trying to keep you from reaching that level of resonation because you can't be stopped once you've gotten on a certain frequency. So it's to try to phase shift you before you even get onto time, in a sense.
Right. Indeed, indeed.
Hey,
Well
sis.
stated. Yes, sir.
Don't forget about Brother 832.
I ain't forgot about him again. I got to get through this article.
Yes, ma'am.
I got to get through this article. And I have one other thing I want to share, and then I'm going to get to him. I have not forgotten about you, brother. I promise.
Let's be quiet. I know.
Okay, no, it's all good. These things have to come out organically.
Exactly.
Okay, so okay, so across federal government and academia, civil society, the private sector, and communities all over the country, technology can only work for everyone if everyone is included. So we want to hear from and engage with everyone. So they're saying where you can directly email them. We're starting today with a public request for information about technologies used to identify people and infer attributes, often called biometrics, including facial recognition, but also systems that can recognize and analyze your voice, physical movements and gestures, heart rate, and more. And the more are just as Nephew Nuwa was talking about. Now they talking about the biometrics clothes to basically pick up everything about your physical being. All right. We're starting here because of how widely they're being adopted and how rapidly they're evolving. Remember, as Brother Odell said, it's going to move quick. Watch when 2022 hit. They're going to be bringing out so much technology, it's going to move really quick. Not just for identification and surveillance, but also to infer our emotional states and intentions. What?
They program the mind through trauma. So that's how they get through those people.
Yes.
So they can get you emotional. So as you said, 119 happened. How emotional were you? How vexed were you?
Oh yeah.
So,
they rolled high off of that for a while. They were energy drunk, baby.
Right.
That was like some good chronic to them.
And look what they were able to do.
How many
years of war did we go through and Biden just give it up? How many years?
Absolutely.
So they sucked the blood, sucked the energy from us for that long.
It's all about the energy, controlling your energy. We want to hear from experts on biometric data collection and use, but also many others. Travelers who have been asked to scan their faces before boarding a plane. And now you know you got to have your paperwork in some cases. Workers whose employers give them fitness trackers to monitor for fatigue. And teachers whose virtual lecture software purports to show which students aren't paying attention in class. Child, if they don't go anywhere. We want to hear from HR professional whose hiring software might be using voice and behavioral analysis, from IT professionals and consumers who are buying and setting up these technologies, from data scientists and software engineers who are designing and building them, and anyone else who's encountered these technologies in their daily life. Whatever your perspective, we're eager to learn. So I just gave y'all one quick example. I was just in a little meeting yesterday, and they was talking about using technology to go through a huge stack of resumes relatively quickly. Developing a Bill of Rights for an AI-powered world won't be easy, but it's critical. From its founding, America has been a work in progress, aspiring to values, recognizing shortcomings, and working to fix them. We should hold AI to this standard as well. It's on all of us to ensure that data-driven technologies reflect and respect our democratic values. Okay, so that's from Wired Magazine, and this is Americans Need a Bill of Rights for an AI-powered world. So, if y'all have anything else you want to put on it, go ahead.
You know,
I got one more thing before Brother 832, I bring you on. Go ahead, Brother Sean.
well, if it's going to be set up like their democratic society, you know, it's a bunch of fuckery.
Exactly. 1000% agree.
And they just admitted it right to you.
Exactly. Not let's just get rid of it, period. Not that. It's well, you know, it's already here. They're gonna do it. Let's just put some rules in place and tell them they have to follow the rules. And how's that working out as I sit here and we all have to code certain words because the algorithm, i.e. baby AI, picks up what we says and makes a determination on whether or not I should be disciplined.
When are people going to realize that the laws aren't meant for them? They're controlling you.
But again, Brother Sean, that goes back to what all of you have been saying tonight.
Mm-hmm. It's by consent.
And by consent, and because you feel you need someone to govern you or govern your mental, you get what you get.
Exactly. Let somebody else dictate what you should do in your life. Asking somebody for permission. To do anything.
To just be you, exactly.
And they utilizing your resources and your land.
On your land, and that's across the world now. That's in the Americas. That's in Brother Odell's neck of the woods, per se, in the UK, Africa. That's across the entire planet, across all of Mama.
Organic versus inorganic.
Exactly.
Exactly. And I'll just say this, unum sanctum. So I'm going to say unum sanctum. I keep talking about it. And what did he do? He declared dominion over the earth. And then I'm going to quote, I'm quoting from it. He declared dominion over Pope Boniface. He declared dominion over the earth. Why did they use that claim? Because they know dominion is the highest claim. But we all know that. But what did he say? He's the vicar of Christ. What is vicar? Vicar or vicar is vicarious. That means in place of it is a bomboclat substitute, which means it's a fraud. So we all know that their claim is a fraudulent claim, where ours is the real claim. We just got to do what we need to do. So they know exactly what they're doing, and they know exactly who we are. When this is what the guy was saying earlier on, they're using gunpoint force, using force fraudulently to issue that unum sanctum policy. Absolutely. And that's the whole thing, is a cock and fraud. But all they've got is force, and that force is about to be taken out, as we all know. Absolutely. But that's my little contribution there. We all know what's coming. Their time is up. But go ahead.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you, Brother Odell. So this is the last one. Let me go to this and shout out to the sis. She always wants to remain anonymous. She sent me this. So, child, I know people are not a fan of this young lady. I think she brings some good stuff. I do know she can get involved in some shenanigans, but that ain't none of my business. But I think she brought it on this. So this is Candace Owens.
I was about to say Candace Owens.
Yeah, she's such a cutie pie. I think she's just adorable. She do be on some shenanigans, though, but she does drop some stuff. So, child, check this out. Nephew Nuwa, you going to appreciate this. Here we go.
What's up,
wait a minute,
Instagram?
Because y'all can't hear it. Hold on. I got to switch up. Damn it. I forgot. I got to do it another way. So hold on for me. Because I want y'all to be able to hear on the line. I forgot to put thoughts. I got to do it another way so y'all could hear it on Zoom. So hold on.
She favored Gabrielle Union to me.
Let me see.
Yeah, she does. Definitely.
She does. They look a lot alike.
Mm-hmm.
They could be related, child. You never know.
Right
with the foolery that goes on.
Mm-hmm.
You never know.
You're gonna have to mute us or what?
Play it in the background.
Well, that's what I have to play it on another computer so y'all can hear it. Because I played a little bit of it and I know y'all couldn't hear it on Zoom.
Oh, you can just go online then if you want.
Huh?
You can go online if you want.
Okay, so if I play it from this computer, because now all of a sudden, y'all, it doesn't want to show up.
I saw her and then she's gone. I have to put myself on mute and then unmute
Oh, no, I could play it from here. Y'all don't have to go through that. I found it over here. It's all good. So hold on. It's all good. So just bear with us, sister. Let me get this. Shoot, all this software I done paid for. I'm like Niecy Pooh. Damn it. I want to get the most out of my money. Hold on. Let me unmute this. All right. And let me do this. All right. So she should be coming up pretty soon. Here we go.
What's up, Instagram? I know that's a super weird question for me to ask, the title of this, but it's a serious question. It's one that you should consider, which is, what would you do if they brought the power grid down? And by they, I mean if the government purposefully brought the power grid down. And I'm not asking that question for fun. I'm asking that question because the World Economic Forum is predicting that a cyber pandemic, you can look this up, been running exercises about it this year, is inevitable. You're probably saying, what is a cyber pandemic? Doesn't make any sense. Like, what are we even talking about? Well, first and foremost, the reason I'm even paying attention to the World Economic Forum and their exercises is because they notoriously, in 2019, ran an exercise for a coronavirus pandemic that oddly all became true. I mean, without one slight difference, they said that the coronavirus was going to escape from a wet market in South America. Of course, when the coronavirus swept the world in 2020, they said that it escaped from a wet market in China. You can still look that up, by the way. That's not a conspiracy theory. They simulated that coronavirus pandemic. It was the World Economic Forum in collaboration with the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, in collaboration with Johns Hopkins University. And the website is still up, and they say, the coronavirus pandemic is inevitable. And then, boom, it happened the very next year. So people say it's a conspiracy theory to believe that they knew
there will be a surprise outbreak.
Coronavirus pandemic was going to happen. You don't have to believe it was a conspiracy theory, or you can believe it wasn't a conspiracy theory. It's up to you. I don't really care. The point is that they made the prediction, they called it inevitable, and then it happened immediately. So for me personally, that signals to me that I should probably pay attention the next time the World Economic Forum makes a prediction and calls it inevitable. And lo and behold, they are predicting that a coronavirus pandemic, a cyber pandemic, is going to happen, and that it is once again inevitable. So if you look into the exercise that they have run this year, I believe they ran it in July. They've been meeting and talking about the cyber pandemic, what it would look like. Essentially, their idea is that they're going to have to sanitize the internet because a bug, think of it as like a coronavirus for your computer, is going to sweep globally, and the only way they're going to be able to stop this bug from infecting everything is to effectively shut down the internet, right? And they were talking about bringing down the power grid in an effort to do this. So imagine the government bringing down the power grid, and you would not have access to anything that required an electrical charge. If this sounds crazy, dystopian, and like a nightmare to you, first and foremost, this happens in other countries, right? Obviously in Cuba, when the government needs to stop people from communicating, they just bring down the power grid, right? When the uprisings were happening in Cuba, I believe that was earlier this year, coronavirus time feels like, I don't know if it was the end of last year or early this year, they just brought down the entire electrical grid. But of course, Western nations would never do something like that. If they do it, it's because they need to do it, not because they're becoming evil communist dictators, but because they would need to do it for our benefit. They were talking about the government bringing down the power grid, and until they come up with a vaccine, I'm not kidding, this is their words, not mine, a vaccine of sorts for the internet, where they would be able to cleanse it and purge it of all of these things that are making it vulnerable. Among those things, they brought up Bitcoin, which is so funny. That one thing that the government can't get a handle on, that is representing a threat to them and the financial markets, their control of the financial markets would be Bitcoin. And suddenly, in running the simulation, they realized that Bitcoin, could potentially be a problem. If you think I'm kidding, you can look this up. It is called a cyber pandemic. And it's something that every single person should be paying attention to, just in case they magically get it right again, like they did about the coronavirus pandemic. It's good for us as citizens to pay attention to that and to do what we can to prepare. And so I've been having all these discussions with my husband, seriously, like what if they actually did this? Like, what would we do? And it's made me realize that we're a very weak generation of people. When I'm talking about weak, I'm talking about millennials, I'm talking about, perhaps even the baby boomers, of how little we actually learned about survival. And we so often talk about how the governments are right now teaching kids nothing, right? These kids are learning about race, and they're learning about pornographic material in school, as we're discovering day by day. They're learning about how to be woke, and we're like, these kids are so dumb because they're not learning math, they're not learning engineering, and they're not going to be able to do anything in life because they're not learning any hard academics, any hard skills. And I've talked about that so much until I started talking about this potential cyber pandemic, and I realized actually my generation was also dumbed down, because you can read all the books in the world, every book in the entire universe, right? But if you don't actually know how to grow your own food, if you don't actually know how to survive off of your own land, how smart are you? We have convinced ourselves, especially me, I grew up in Connecticut, like coastal elites, very close to New York City, like we have convinced ourselves, and the people that live in these cities, Los Angeles, people that live in New York, as they're saying, we need the Green New Deal, get rid of this, so we don't want to be dependent on our own energy. Like, we'll send it overseas. We have convinced ourselves that we're so forward and we're so progressive that we're actually regressive. We don't know anything. We don't know how to grow our own food. The majority of us know how to grow our food. I have made it my entire initiative since moving to Tennessee is for my husband and I to be able to do everything by ourselves. Fortunately for me, my husband is a hunter. So you can take your picket signs and take them somewhere else, because I don't care. My husband hunts. Good. That means that we know how to survive a little bit if we're in the wild, right? He's hunted his entire life. I said to my husband, I need to learn how to grow vegetables. Like, this is the most important thing. I need to be able to learn how to grow vegetables. We're going to become domestic. I never thought I would say this. Like, we're going to be getting chickens next year because I want to be able to know that we have food on our own property. I do not want to be a dependent. For so long, I had in my head that if you're not on welfare, right, then you're not government dependent, but that is so wrong, right? If you don't know how to survive, if you do not know how to grow your own food, if you don't know how to make a fire, I mean, think about everything you would have to know if the power grid went down, right? If you don't have a generator, if you don't have solar panels, I mean, I'm just spitting here, but like, think about all of the things. Actually imagine your life if the power grid was taken down. Like, imagine how many things you'd have to know, right? And then I was saying to my cousin earlier, I was saying how weird it is every time if I have a question about something, even if I'm working on a recipe, I'm like, oh my God, what is the ingredient for this again? And I Google it. Everything you have to Google, you don't actually know. You're relying on the internet to tell you something that you don't actually have stored in your own brain, right? So we're so convinced that we're so forward and we're so progressive because we can get an answer fired back at us in a couple of seconds. But in reality, we don't know anything. If you have to ask Google, you don't possess the information within your own mind. So I said to my husband and I said to my cousin, like, I want to start buying books, right? The recipes are no good if they're online, right? The knowledge of how to grow your own plants is no good if you're looking it up online. I want copies of hard books. I want the books and the knowledge in my house. Even chemistry, basic chemistry, and basic means of taking care of yourself. Like, what do you actually know about colloidal silver? What do you know about how to treat something, what your body actually needs? All of these things that we thought were so backwards, and that big pharma saved the day because we can just go get a prescription. Well, what if you needed to create your own prescription? What do you actually know about how to survive by yourself? What do you know that you can take that will make you better? If you get a burn, if you get sick, what are the things that actually help you in your own household? What can you have? What can you possess that will make you better? All of this stuff, like, you should be thinking about now, right? You should be thinking about it now. This is not a conspiracy. This is common sense, right? If you don't know how to survive, how would you convert salt water into drinking water? Do you know how to do that? Isn't it funny that all these people that live in between New York and LA, people that the media has smeared as backwards, as not knowing anything, right? These Bible Belt Southern Christians with their farms and their goats and their sheep. You know, this whole idea that they've tried to create about people in the South and people in the Midwest. And these people are so much smarter than these journalists and these media members who sit up on their high horses and talk down to them. Because you know what? If the government brought down the power grid, these people would be just fine. They would be unaffected. They'd say, yeah, you can take your latte and your Starbucks all the way back to New York and LA. We're good here. And it's something that I think you should especially be thinking about now for all of you people who voted for Biden and actually thought you could just keep printing money. And now you're realizing, oh, wait, we can't. And gas prices are through the roof. And I don't really know what I'm going to do as I'm watching the government actually impoverish me, right? It's something to really think about. When you start talking about the amount of dependency that is being increased upon the government, which when I say we, I'm talking about conservatives, obviously knew this was coming. We understood that you can't just print money. Obviously, the government cannot just shut down your business and say, oh, it's okay, we're going to give you a couple $100s here, there, everywhere, and think that they were not going to eventually have to come up with that money at a different time. And you're seeing that impacted in so many things. And I don't know, it's just a conversation that I've been having with myself and with my family around me that, like, if this actually happens, if their predictions become true, what would we actually do? What would you actually do? What do you actually know how to do? What do you know about anything in the wild? Could you survive in the wild? Could you survive in your own house? For how long could you survive in your own house? And I've been covering this a lot on my show as I've been paying attention to a lot of the World Economic Forum agenda, and all the meetings that we're having with the same suspects that seem to always be so prepared and aware of the things that are happening. And I've realized that big pharma has made us a lot more ignorant. The school systems have made us a lot more ignorant. And it's not just generations beneath us. It started with us. So that's it. That's all I want to say. It was just a random thought that was on my mind that I wanted to share. If you agree, then maybe stock up on some stuff in your house that you might need. Maybe buy some books. Yeah. Anyways, that was all I wanted to say. A quick little rant for you guys. Bye.
All right, ciao.
What's up, Instagram?
All right, wait a minute. Ciao. Weird question. You did a great job, Candace. I give credit where credit is due. Baby, you laid it out.
I think she's been listening to the show a little bit.
And I've been saying that for years. I mean, even when Brother Wendell was on and we had a running joke going. Every week we would say, keep your essentials stocked up. Make sure you have medicine. And the running joke was, go buy you a pack of drugs. By the way, my drug shipment just came in last week. I don't play with not having proper drugs. We've been saying this shit for years. So good for you, Candace. How many years have I been talking about gardening?
Auntie, yes. It shows through Candace how, as you said, it's quickening. Because if she, as she said, she tapped in, she was talking to herself.
Yep.
So if she can make that a trend where we can make tapping into yourself a thing, it would naturally unlock itself because she did this on her own.
Yep. Yeah.
So it shows you have it within you to do on your own. Tap in like Candace did.
Yep. And
now she has it in her to do it. Go find a book and go cook yourself something.
Right. And in the chat, Clout Committee, you know you a hot mess. Said guns and bullets too. It's funny because Sister Vinny.
Her husband got that. He's a hunter.
Yeah.
A hunter.
Yeah, but I think he's just saying, he or she is saying in general. It's interesting because Sister Divinity and I were talking one day, and I said, let me tell you something. When something jumps off, the people that's going to be in the worst shape are the majority of the middle class who followed the doctrine and the script of what the government and the main media were telling them. I said, the ones that'll do the best, I'm going to tell you, it's going to be the 2 H's. And she's like, what do you mean? I said, the hills in the hood, baby.
Mm-hmm.
The hills in the hood.
And the homeless people.
And the homeless.
They're surviving, aren't they?
Because the homeless, you probably drop a nuclear bomb on them, this motherfucker. They like the roaches. They going to come off like, what?
We don't need that.
So the 3, I'm going to have to add 3. Thank you, Brother Sean. The hills, the hood, and the homeless.
Because niggas, the electricity be getting cut off every other month.
Child, and they going to find a way.
What do you mean? They got a truck outside that's still running. It's still a lights are on.
I knew it was a brother in Atlanta, honey, that got arrested because he was going around putting a device on people's houses where they was bypassing the electric company's little system, and the electric company, of course, saw the patterns like, well, wait a minute, why isn't this house using any electricity? And went to the folks' house where this brother had overridden their grid system. And he was doing that in the hood. Po baby, they had locked him up. I hope he's out by now. And they took all of them devices off. So the hills, the hood, and the homeless. But you have to be responsible for self. When people run around talking about sovereignty, that's what sovereignty is. Sovereignty is not standing in line with your hand out, depending on someone to feed you. There's no reason for you to do that when there is an abundance on this planet.
Isn't it man will gain by the sweat of his brow or work by the sweat of his brow, something like that?
That's what it's supposed to be. And people want to get upset with me when I say I don't deal with lazy ass, nothing ass men who don't build. I meant it, did what I said.
And sovereignty don't come through no notarized piece of paper.
No, it don't. Because what does that paper mean when stuff is shut down?
Not even that, or you don't have the updated status with your paperwork.
Exactly. But unless Mama Earth say otherwise, I know how shit. I can go right out to my backyard right now and dig up some potatoes, frost and all. Or go right to my canning stuff. Oh, I'm cool. That's what true sovereignty is. How do you think Big Mama and them, well, my Big Mama and them, made it through that Great Depression? They were self-sufficient. If you depend on someone to feed you, you will starve. They have been giving you warnings. They're still giving you warnings, telling you, don't think that you can buy your baby the G.I. Joe with the Kung Fu grip from the Eddie Murphy stand-up clip, because the goods may not even be there. They keep giving you warning after warning after warning after warning, and folks are still focusing on the wrong shit.
No, the biggest warning is to harbor. They showed you that they're holding
Yeah.
the stores.
The shit is literally sitting out in the sea. They keep warning and warning and warning, which to me at this point, that's even being generous. And people focus on the wrong shit over silly bullshit. So you can't say that you don't know. Even to the regular populace, the regular population at this point, they can't even say that they don't know. So, right quick, just to back up what she's saying, I went to the World Economic Forum's website.
No, it's true. Everything she said was true.
Yeah, absolutely. And she sounds credible to me. But hey, I'm like, okay, all right, little sus. I'm going to go on and see what these people talking about. And I've been slipping shit. I need to make sure I get the notifications. What the C-19 pandemic teaches us about cybersecurity and how to prepare for the inevitable. They didn't say maybe.
Bound to happen.
They didn't say sorta. Inevitable. Or if your country like me with a K, fixing a 2. Global cyber attack. C-19 shows the world is at a great risk of disruption by pandemics, cyber attacks, or environmental tipping points. We should prepare for a C-19-like global cyber pandemic that will spread faster and further than a biological virus with an equal or greater economic impact. Blink 75 times. Blink 75 times.
But like she said, the last time they predicted that, they were pretty spot on. They had a magical ball. They kind of knew
they were spot on. And just the fact that this is disclosure. They didn't say fixing the 2. They didn't say maybe, kind of, sort of. They said inevitable. Or fixing the 2. They're telling you it's going to happen.
There's a slight possibility.
The C-19 crisis provides insight into how leaders can better prepare for such cyber risk. Most of the world is currently experiencing highly atypical living conditions as a result of C-19. At the height of the pandemic, more than 2 billion people were under some form of lockdown, and 91% of the world population, or 7.1 billion people, lived in countries with border controls or travel restrictions due to the virus. It would be comforting to think this is merely a blip, interrupting an essentially stable state of affairs, and that the world will return to normal once medicine and science have tamed the virus. Comforting and wrong. Now, this ain't Rhonda saying this. This ain't Brother Sean saying it. It ain't Sis Sandra saying it. It ain't Nephew Nuwa saying it. It ain't Brother Odell saying it. It ain't Son Scotty saying it. This is the World Economic Forum saying this. So since you done cross your MFing legs.
That's Sky Daddy for them, okay? That's your Sky Daddy.
Yeah, that's your Sky Daddy.
He's talking to you.
You done crossed your legs. You done just forgot about the little pandemic demi. You done forgot all about that.
No,
everything is back to normal.
Comfortable, your new normal.
Exactly, your new normal. And I remember when C-19 and stuff broke out, and I had co-workers whining, honey, because, they didn't want to be at home with their babies And I was laughing to myself. I'm like, well, hell, them your babies. If you don't want to be home with them, how the hell you think them teachers feel? But anyway, they whining, oh, I can't wait for stuff to go back to normal. Oh, my daughter, she was supposed to go start her first year of college. Let me bring the violin, y'all, because that's what the fuck it sounded like to me. Oh, she was supposed to start her first year of college. And Johnny was supposed to get this. I just can't wait to stuff go back to normal. I listened to them whine for like 2 weeks, and I could no longer effing take it. And I said, it's not going back to normal. You do realize that, right? Do you not understand that this is a turning point? It will never be the same. Dead
119.
silence.
119.
Dead silence. It's like it still wasn't registering with them. C-19 is not the only risk with the ability to quickly and exponentially, they get that from T.I., disrupt the way we live. The crisis shows that the world is far more prone to disturbances by pandemics, cyber attacks, or environmental tipping points than history indicates. Now, I want to remind you that old boy Fed Reserve Powell said that way early, was it the beginning of this year, when he was talking about the economy and how it was going to recover. And he said one of the reasons that it would probably not recover, it would be from C-19 mutating. And the other reason was a cyber attack.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, see, over here, ninjas, we do real research. Yeah, that's exactly what he said in January. And I told y'all in January that them interest rates are going to go back up, which he haven't done that yet. Get ready for 2022. But I told you all that inflation was coming. See, over here, we do real research.
And cryptocurrency is in the cyber world, correct?
Yes, it is.
Yeah, I was just wondering.
It is.
Digital currency.
Yeah.
For the world. I'm a digital girl.
Our new normal isn't C-19 itself. It's C-19-like incidents. And a cyber pandemic is probably as inevitable as a future disease pandemic. The time to start thinking about the response is always yesterday. To start that process, it's important to examine the lessons of C-19 pandemic and use them to prepare for a future global cyber attack. Lesson 1. A cyber attack with characteristics similar to the C-19 would spread faster and further than any biological virus. The reproductive rate, or RO, of C-19 is somewhere between 2 and 3 without any social distancing, which means every infected person passes the virus to a couple of other people. This number affects how fast a virus can spread, the number of people infected. And New York State was doubling every three days before the lockdown. By contrast, estimates of RO of a cyber attack are 27 and above. One of the fastest worms in history, The 2003 Slammer / Sapphire worm doubled in size approximately every 8.5 seconds, spreading to over 75,000 infected devices in 10 minutes and 10.8 million devices in 24 hours. The 2017 WannaCry attack exploited a vulnerability in older Windows systems. Remember them keys? Them backdoor keys? Systems to cripple more than 200,000 computers in 150 countries. It was halted by emergency patches at the accidental discovery of a kill switch. The cyber equivalent of C19 would be a self-propagating attack using one or more zero-day exploits, techniques for which patches and specific antivirus software signatures are not yet available. Most likely, it would attack all devices running a single common operating system or application. Since zero-day attacks are rarely discovered right away, Stuxnet used 4 separate zero-day exploits and hid in systems for 18 months before attacking. It would take a while to identify the virus and even longer to stop it from spreading. If the vector were a popular social network application with, say, 2 billion users, a virus with a reproductive rate of 20 may take 5 days to infect over 1 billion devices. Okay?
Think about Facebook that went down the other day. If that was a more permanent thing, how would that affect globally the world?
Exactly. Now, let's just be clear. You all do realize that the power grid is attached to technology. You do realize that, right?
Facts.
Okay. Lesson number 2. The economic impact of a widespread digital shutdown would be of the same magnitude or greater than what we're currently seeing.
So,
I'm sorry, go ahead, sis.
So if it's attached to technology, that means they're going to do before they launch the AI technology full blast. Otherwise, they won't be able to launch that at all.
No, that is the launch. Remember, when you program something in your computer, what do you have to do before it activates? You have to reboot.
Bingo.
Well, you know, one of the things they already have done is the meat supply and the gas supply. They've been cyber attacking that all along.
Thank you, sis Sandra. See, over here, we pay attention and we do research. Absolutely.
And then the public one with Facebook. So now it's just, okay, let's now just make it all together. Everyone's ready? Everyone's ready?
Now, if I remember correctly, didn't Texas just have a power grid go down in a horrible winter storm?
Yeah.
Louisiana too.
And that's what I mean. Isn't winter coming?
Uh-huh.
Like the real winter, not a random storm?
Right. If cyber C19 mirrored the pathology of the novel C19, 30% of infected systems would be asymptomatic and spread the virus, while half would continue functioning with performance severely degraded. The digital equivalent of being in bed for a week. Meanwhile, 15% would be wiped with total data loss, requiring a complete system reinstall. Hence, I'm with nephew Nuwa, a reboot / reset / bring up a new system. Finally, 5% would be bricked, rendering the devices itself inoperable. The end result, millions of devices would be taken offline in a matter of days. The only way to stop exponential propagation of cyber C19 would be to fully disconnect all vulnerable devices from one another and the internet to avoid infection. The whole world could experience cyber lockdown until what? Until a digital vaccine was developed. All business communications. I'm sorry.
Where can I get my booster?
The computers.
Exactly. All business communication and data transfers would be blocked. Social contact would be reduced to people contactable by in-person visits. Oh, really? That still exists?
How about a home telephone?
They said copper landlines
will be maxed out too.
Well, they said.
Who owns a phone though?
Huh?
But who owns an actual phone?
Exactly.
What building condo has a phone line?
But in Big Mama's and them defense, the ones that still live in, see, Sandra still got hers.
I have mine.
Yeah, old school wasn't giving up their line. They didn't give a damn. You understand me? They done had that number for 20-something years.
Yes, ma'am.
And them grandbabies may be trying to contact them, whatever the case may be, or Hattie Mae need to contact them about Bible study being canceled. baby, that wasn't giving up them lines. So, I'm sorry.
I got a landline I have a landline with a battery, so I don't need your stuff. You know, they have phones. You can use battery. It uses batteries.
So shout out. I told y'all, see, as Candace said, folks want to talk about people being backwards. Who the fuck backwards? You think Big Mama backwards? She know how to go out there and grow stuff. She knew how to preserve her food. So somebody want to come out of a bag on her about what they not going to sell her up in their regular ass stores. Oh, that's okay, baby. Go on down in the basement or in the cellar and go on and get them peas up out of there. Go on and get them maters up out of there. See, Big Mama and them ain't played.
No.
But they backwards, though.
Old-fashioned.
Right.
I don't mind being old-fashioned.
Just like on my little block. Although my neighbor and his motherfucking chickens get on my nerves. I have to cuss the chickens out every other day till they ask to go back in their place. At least they smart enough to get the concept.
And you can get for their
shit. So we ain't gonna go hungry on my block or my sister's block. Literally on my sister's block, they grow food and the neighbors grow food and they got the neighbors behind them growing food. Oh, but we just some backward, they Alabamians. I'm part Alabama too. And South Carolina, Georgia. We just backwards as fuck. Oh, okay then.
But no, Auntie, think of how we think of the Amish in the same context. People look at them as being backwards, old-fashioned, with the case may be.
And they are self-sustaining. They can build stuff. And the Amish are big here in Ohio.
Mm-hmm.
They make the bomb-ass cheese. I'm going to tell you that. Yeah, they look at them as backwards. But they are literally a self-sustaining community. They can build their own houses, grow their own food, all of that.
They don't use power.
Don't use power. But yet you just simply say to people, be prepared, stock up on your drugs, your medicine, have your staples, your food. Oh, you a conspiracy theory. Okay, well, bitch, don't stock up. But I'm going to tell you something. You come over mine, you ain't finna get in.
No, but this is why
I done took and told you. So, copper mail, snail mail, or shortwave radio. Now, those of us that thought we knew better than Big Mama, you better motherfucking get you a shortwave radio. Get them and give them to your family members. Make sure y'all have it. Already done it. Already done got it. Already done sent it to family members. They like, this bitch crazy. I'm like, keep thinking I'm crazy. Don't get rid of that motherfucking radio.
I got a CB radio too.
Yeah, remember those back in the day?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, my stepdad, he's my dad who raised me. He drove trucks. So that's how I knew about the CB radio. Dang, I wonder where that thing is. But yeah, shortwave radios.
Yeah, solar ones too, I think.
Oh, I didn't know that. I'm going to have to check that out because I know the ones I have you can charge, but also you have the batteries. Yeah, so batteries supposed to be on your list as well as candles and all of that.
Yeah. The Patriots are talking about the blackouts. They've been talking about that for a while now.
Yeah, a lot of, and people thought the preppers. And one of my coworkers, in her defense, after I had to give them that harsh reality check, because child, it was getting on my nerves with that middle class, whining. Things need to go back to normal so I could get my latte in peace. Stand in my Uggs and my yoga pants and they was getting on my nerves. So it must have clicked with her. And then I take that back. What clicked in her was when, remember, they had the meat shortage.
Right.
So she went to the store and couldn't find no beef. And she came back and admitted to me. She said, Rhonda, I couldn't find it. And I thought about you. She said, all of them years, I thought them preppers was crazy. And so they asked me to do a presentation on my garden. And so I did the presentation to the entire department and showed them all the shit that I was able to grow on my little city plot land and how I was able to stock up food and still give food away 7 separate times to my neighbors. Their mouth dropped.
You grew a lot.
All organic, by the way. Mm-hmm. Their mouth dropped like, oh my God. Yeah, y'all better get your shit together. Just because we're all in tech and we're engineers and we're this and we're that, that don't mean shit, baby.
Television. You know, Mr. Tyrese 21 says lighters and snow crystals to start a fire. Do you know I went to get some of those flick the bits type things for my candles, and I have to show identification to get it?
You went to get what, sis?
The big flicker.
Girl, lighter. You better stop playing with me.
What? Yeah.
What you use to start like a pilot light, or you want to start wood up in your fireplaces, or your charcoal? This what you sitting up here telling me.
Yeah. So I have some candles, and it was down in the long glass, and so I wasn't going to stick my hand down in there.
Yeah, because that's how I am. Even with a cigarette lighter, you be like, I know what you're saying. Yeah.
So I went to get lighters, and you have to show ID to get a lighter. I said, what?
Child. And after that presentation I gave, it was one of the co-workers. He emailed me, and he's older than me, and he said, wow, you really brought back memories. He said, I literally grew up on a farm.
Right.
He said, I know exactly everything you're talking about. And he said I think he said he has about 2 acres of land right now, he said, and I am ashamed to say I have not grown a single thing.
I love it.
He said,
I've been
wow,
practicing.
you
They didn't kill the
really
soil
put
of
something on my
California.
mind. I'm so disconnected.
Yeah. They didn't kill the soil in California. You know, they didn't dry it out so bad. It's like cement to crack it.
Yeah, it's horrible. But what's going to happen, like I told y'all, get ready. I told y'all this years ago that as Mother Earth's frequency keeps rising, that ground level, because the UV radiation itself coming from the ground that's emitted in the atmosphere, it's going to change the composite of the soil, and you will not be able to eat from that soil unless you are vibrating at a certain frequency.
That's why they eat flesh and they eat raw.
This is one of the reasons why they are pushing these artificial vegan products.
Beyond meat. It's not meat.
Exactly. Because even the animals, see, the animals are in tune. The animals understand what's going on. So even the animals will be vibrating at a high frequency. So folks are not going to even be able to eat the animals. They're not going to be able to eat from the land.
Everything's artificial.
Because she's changing back into a higher organic being.
They can't mimic her frequency.
No. So if you're not resonating with her frequency, you won't be able to eat from her. And that's including the animals.
Candace is, though.
Exactly. We get it.
Shout out to Candace Owens. God damn.
Absolutely. We absolutely get it. That's why over these last few years, you was supposed to be getting your shit together, getting back in touch with the land, putting your hands in the soil. That's what you were supposed to be doing. So we're telling you now Candace already done set up and told you, this it. If you don't have a plan, I suggest you get one like yesterday. Now, that ain't even me saying that. That's what the World Economic Forum is saying. Yesterday. Last sentence. A day without the internet would cost the world more than $50 billion. A 21-day global cyber lockdown could cost over $1 trillion. Again.
If we detune from them.
Huh?
If we unplug, let's say they're forcing our hands, but let's say we did it naturally as one cohesive unit, we can shut their world down because it's going to cost how much trillions of dollars for that short period of time that they're going to shut down.
They said in 21 days, $1 trillion.
I don't need the internet.
Look how many businesses are online.
Exactly.
All of them now. They close their stores, their storefronts. Rona.
So that means what Amazon is a $2 trillion company. Microsoft is what, 2 trillion something. Facebook is $1 trillion.
Tesla.
I don't know Tesla's numbers.
Yeah, but he's up there. He's
okay. Let's say he's close to $1 trillion.
He is at trill.
Yeah,
he's just announced it.
Okay, he's at $1 trillion. Okay.
Yeah, they just announced it yesterday.
So again, this is coming from the World Economic Forum, the same forum that told you that a pandemic was coming. They are saying what C-19 pandemic teaches us about cybersecurity and how to prepare for the inevitable global cyber attack. So thanks, sis. Actually, thank you, Candace Owen, for this. You have done your job. You done put people up on game. Now it's on them. But I've been telling y'all for years, stock up on your stuff, buy your pack of drugs, all of that. C-19 was the test run. They finna to take it all away now.
Yep.
Your way out of this is to become self-sufficient. And it's simple to become self-sufficient.
Hey, sis.
Yes, sir.
Remember at that one press conference that Trump had and the one guy was talking and he said it was a live military exercise and Trump was like, I wish y'all had told me.
I wish you would have told me. Ain't that what Trump card said?
Mm-hmm.
Q is a military operation, you know.
Pompeo.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly.
Yep.
Yeah.
So they been said what it was.
They been said what it was.
Yeah.
And folks just want to sit up here and act like, oh, we didn't know. Oh, they done gave you disclaimer after disclaimer after disclaimer. But you are so dependent on the system because you don't want to put in the effort to do things on your own, acting like you cannot chew gum and walk at the same time, like you can't navigate in their fake ass system and still be being self-sufficient, building your self-sufficient world for yourself. Acting like you can't chew gum and walk at the same time. But yet you're this higher being, you're this higher God, and you can't feed yourself? Are you kidding me?
You know, people are so emotional. They don't have good sense nowadays. They hate Trump, so they won't listen to him.
Yeah, they're very emotional. And it's the bitch acidness for me. Everybody's so sensitive. Tip, tap, dance around the feeling.
You gotta know your enemies to conquer them.
It's the bitch assness for me.
You
I have an issue with that. Literally. I was just telling my play uncle this story. I'm coming to you, 832. I forgot how we got on the subject, and he was like, yeah, such and so need to be ashamed of themselves. They don't keep up their yard. They know they mama don't play that, this, that, and the third, this, that. I said, now, Unc, you know me. That's one thing I don't do. I don't fuck with a lazy man. I cannot do it. It's not in my soul. It's not in my spirit. We have nothing to talk about. And literally, I'm chilling, minding my business, coming home, pulling up in my establishment, getting out of my vehicle, loading dirt and manure out the back of my truck to just pretty up my little flower bed. This ninja gon' just go out his way to come into my space. How you doing? Soon as somebody say, how you doing, a man, Miss Lady, I know the bullshit is coming. And I'm loading 40-pound bags of manure and dirt. This nigga trying to holler at me, watching me pick up these 40-pound bags of manure and dirt, calling himself spitting game. Oh, I would help you, but my back. Baby, when that motherfucker said his back, my head turned around like the Exorcist. And I gave him the look like, what the fuck use are you to me? You trying to holler at me and you talking about your back? Are you kidding me? Your back? This is the level of bitch assedness that's going on. Nobody wants to put any work in with their hands. Nobody wants to build. Nobody wants to plan. Everybody wants to stand in line with their fucking hand out. And you call yourself a man?
Reparation.
See, that level of bitch assedness, I don't respect. You can have it, you can keep it, and people like that, I will starve you. Trust and believe I'm going to starve you. Because you will not be taken from the true builders, the true providers, the true protectors, and the babies. Not on my watch. I will fucking starve you. Bet on it. And that's what happens when you are comfortable. Now that's per the World Economic Forum saying that you are comfortable. So I get frustrated when you have grown motherfucking men. What can I do? Motherfucker, what you mean? What can you do? You a man. Is your family taken care of? Do you have a plan? So what the fuck you asking me? What can I do? What can we do? It's going to be a lot of people that's not going to make it. Now, anybody else, if you want to go save the collective, that's your business. I'm not interested. We're past that point of saving a collective. You better be going over your inventory, making sure your plan is together, and making sure your family understands the plan. That's where we are at this moment. All of this shit is by consent. They're giving you disclosure. So keep thinking that Sky Daddy, Political Daddy, or whatever Zaddy you think gonna save you. That's on you. But I'm telling you, the hills, the hood, and the homeless, they gonna be all right. All right, so let me bring on Brother 832. I know I done made you wait. All right, and we in overtime, fam. Okay, Brother 832. If you still there, you should be able to unmute.
Roger! Sandra! My sister! Some other mister! Feathers up!
Feathers up, brother.
United Snakes of America down! Sean, my brother, from another mother, sitting on Mount Olympus, throwing them black lightning bolts down tonight.
Indeed, bro.
And winding around the Milky Way galaxy to come in the neighborhood and land on the rings of Saturn. Scotty Youngblood, what up, though?
Yo, what up?
Did he go past his bed? Did you go past your bedtime?
No, you leave my son alone.
I had initially I'd wanted to do a fuckery report that would connect the dots, but Sandra, I didn't blow the dust off my Bible. If you can either find that scripture from the Old Testament that refers to King Ai, and I believe the other one was referred to as Og. I'm gonna work backwards from what you just was saying. The World Economic Forum, yeah, it might be a recent or contemporary effort. Of 40 years ago, the Georgia Guidestones etched in granite. And number one of their 10 commandments was to reduce the 7 billion people on the planet to 500 million. I mean, I don't know, just an observation. So all I heard this evening was a contemporary reference point, if you get my drift. Secondly, as far as AI is concerned in general, and it's not necessarily a correction, but I forgot who it was that brought it up. Israel did not kick off Sophia. Sophia was made an official citizen of the Kingdom of Saud, or Saudi Arabia, and actually given control of Bitcoin and the digital operations in the Kingdom of Saud when women could not drive. Actual live human beings, females, could not drive in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Sophia was also given what we call today, I guess, in this construct of white supremacy, a tax ID number so that she could actually be interacting as a quote unquote person. She was also given personhood, my sister, in the Kingdom of Saud. So if what Israel did, which is very ironic, excuse me, I think you call it is not real, do you not, Ron? They then sidled up and now have backdoored and connected Sophia through digital currency and Bitcoin, and I gather for what I'm hearing the brother say this evening, will do something similar as the Kingdom of Saud has done for about, I think it may be 3 or 4 years going on now. Additionally, with AI, to connect the dots with good brother Sean, the Q situation that he was commenting on is not just Space Force. I believe, and you've talked about this repeatedly, Ron, Starlink is the quantum level internet from Tesla and Elon Musk. And Neuralink is another very dangerous backdoor, as you've been pointing out in other conversations, of what will be, quote unquote, artificial intelligence by connecting the neurons of actual live beings and allowing, in a way, maybe, the next generation quantum leap. If you remember that TV series a long time ago, quantum leap of machine learning through direct neural connectivity. As an aside, by the way, you know I constantly go back to Netflix and its inventory. Have you seen another Life yet, Rhonda? And it actually came back with its season 2. This series, Another Life, somewhat on the sci-fi level thing, showed energy beings that came to Earth in an infinity-shaped spaceship that dropped down on the planet and created a crystalline type, they called it the artifact, Rhonda, that was able to do all of our shit in this one show combined. Fucking beam me up, Scotty, from across goddamn, even more so than the Stargate aspect that Scotty likes to talk about. It showed direct connectivity between energy existing beings and this physical phenomenon that we exist in as energy being living in a 3D material existence. But that's called Another Life if you haven't checked that out. Another point to connect the dots on what you guys were talking about tonight. In the quantum financial system, this alleged internet, which will be quantum-based as well, Starlink is supposed to be one aspect of it. Space Force that Sean shared is a correct reference point that was used to establish a gathering space between the NSA, CIA, and all the so-called alphabet agencies, and acquiring this information that is tracking us in our devices. If you notice, every time you do something with your phone, doesn't it always ask you to allow your location?
Yep.
Now, we don't think about it, but it does do that on a regular basis, right? We also have connectivity issues, not just through our phones and our devices, but through what we have never really exercised. We talked about this in another conversation, which could be considered telepathy. the mental capacity of actually interacting with things. And I know I'm rambling just a bit here because I had a lot of these thoughts on my mind while I was sitting here on hold. 369, Tesla, harmonics, electromagnetism, and all of the things that I just pointed out are in this series, Another Life, Rhonda. Sean, I don't know if you saw that either.
No,
but
not yet.
they came out with season 2 just in the last week. To go back to the digital supposed format of human rights, I think you did watch it, but I'll remind y'all, do you all remember the Great Hack? And this is from Cambridge Analytica and the 2016 campaign. If you didn't see the Great Hack, please go back and pull that back down. Because in the very opening scene, this particular professor, who was already filing a lawsuit, not just here in the United States with the Supreme Court, but over in England, because that was where the parent company was, that co-opted his voting information in another country. Now, they want to talk about Russia. They want to talk about China. They want to talk about, what's the latest they talked about, Sean, with this crap with Dominion? Was it supposed to be co-opted in Spain and in Italy?
Mm-hmm.
And they claimed that they supposedly switched and flipped votes on their so-called servers, etc. But in the Great Hack, this man is already in the midst, and this is from 4 years ago, fighting for his digital rights that he doesn't have access to. And they have laid out, I believe the young woman's name was Brittany, she was the whistleblower, that they were formatting what we can consider a digital human rights claim. And that they said your data is a human right. Now, when I'm listening to all this stuff, and you said it too, Sean, talking about demonocracy, what they call democracy, isn't that all these people from everywhere and anywhere, but what did you just say, Rhonda? The last thing you said before coming to me? But you ninjas. Okay? All these things are saying, let's include everybody but Negroes. They actually say it in some cases, but they are implying it in everything that they do. Whenever they say everybody, it does not include the Niji, Aboriginal, Atonkus people of North, Central, and South America.
All lives matter.
Everybody else on the planet is included in democracy, which means what? Let's all vote to lynch a Negro. Because mob rule is what still goes on in 2021. And when they go and put this on a platform, which is what you're saying, these algorithms, what's the demographic? And I think you brought it up, Sandra, in one of our conversations. In Silicon Valley, in your backyard, is it not 90% white and male? I believe at last count in the technology world, because you're there, Rhonda, it's not even 10% female.
Yeah.
Regardless of what female you're talking about. So who the hell is writing these algorithms? Who is infecting the code? And I mean not just with their frame of reference, their perspective, their cultural background, their belief that they are white, quote unquote, male, quote unquote, and stated in the original supposed organic constitution, we've talked about this repeatedly, Rhonda. The only citizen was free, over 21, white, male, and landowning. Doesn't sound like anything's changed to me. So by supercharging it and putting it on an algorithm, and then saying we're going to infect it through a digital platform, literally worldwide, using what demonology language? English. And isn't that the language of computers and banks? Not Arabic, not Mandarin, not Russian, not the Vatican and Italian. English is the language of money and of the algorithm. So when we're looking at this thing, and I'm not sure how people it is that are looking at it, we're not looking at the fact of the matter is, it is already stuck in the demonology from the King's English, because isn't that was the first book before the Bible? You went through how many? What was that? 3 months? Almost 6 months? You know, you did demonology with King James before we went to the Bible, right? For about 3 to 6 months.
Mm-hmm.
So everything that's incorporated in the English language is in the system. Now, could you explain to me how that's going to be phased out with the quantum system, Sean? I mean, how is that? We're still talking in that language, right?
Mm-hmm.
We're still forming thoughts in that language. How are we
Exactly.
going to flip the script from English to an indigenous language, an autochthonous language of Turtle Island? Now, I'm not saying we can't do that. I agree with everything that I've been hearing everybody said tonight. But to actually do something independent of what exists means to completely extract yourself, doesn't it?
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not just talking about being preppers, and I'm not just talking about, you know, tilling the soil, which is going to be required. This is talking about having your own land. But if you have all this stuff inside you already, how do you flush this shit out and start truly anew? One final thing from Netflix again, too. And it's funny, too, because I just was about to watch this earlier tonight. The Harder They Fall is a black cowboy. I don't know if you've seen that yet. It just got populated.
Yeah, I
Idris
saw the
Elba is in
preview.
it. The brother,
Regina
did you see
King.
it?
I saw the
Oh,
previews.
Regina King. Remember the brother from Get Out that had his
Mm-hmm.
head chopped open? Not the brother that was actually one that was being, you know,
But Keith
protagonist.
Stanfield.
Yeah, that's him. Your boy who played in Lovecraft Country, he plays
John
Nat Love. It's the Nat Love gang, and I forgot the name of it. I think Rufus Buck is the other gang. Idris Elba, boy Delroy Lindo playing Bass Reeves. I mean, I can't even drop all of that. I mean, we talking about a super high power. Look, it's probably the only movie that I love better than this one before I even see it. You remember Posse with Mario Van Peebles?
Yeah.
I mean, this is going to be the real cowboy. Because who was the boy that was handling the cow on the plantation? Certainly wasn't George Reeves, you know, Christopher Reeves' daddy,
Right.
so-called Long Range.
Mm-hmm.
We know who actual Reeves it was. That's Bass Reeves, right? And
Mm-hmm.
remember in Lovecraft Country, how that was the tying point together? No, not Lovecraft, The Watchmen. You saw the one with Regina King, when The Watchmen, from her ancestry, was that Lou Gossett Jr. played her granddad in there. He was the actual child that was watching Bass Reeves on the movie the whole time with Dreamland and you know, Tulsa, Black Wall Street. You know, all this stuff, brother, I think is starting to not just barely surface. It is with the human resonance that Rhonda talked about. It is with the rising frequency. It is with the Aquarian age has already been here. It's been here since, what, before 2012 when they were trying to tell us the end of the Mayan calendar? So we are more than a decade in it. But we are watching the last death gasp of this Piscean belief system that's still fundamentally tied on English as a language, on the Vatican and Catholicism, which, you know, gives us Christianity, more than a third of the world's population engrossed in that shit. And then they're trying to codify this in a digital format. But I do believe the blockchain and what is this quantum realm that will be split, it will act like like a sieve, like a screen, but it'll be at the molecular level. It will block everything that was till this point in time, and only certain things, not just resonating at a correct higher frequency, not just being in a certain reference point and a frame of reference that you're looking through within, not without. All this other external shit is going to go down the toilet. The problem is the fear factor that's driving everything right now. QAnon, these patriots, sovereign community, All these people are only saying one thing: terrorism. It's based on fear. And the real fundamental fear for us is the unknown. But it ain't what's in front of us, because we should, after 500 years, we should be well knowledgeable of this thing, this criminal enterprise, all the things that's being dangled in front of us. What we truly are not knowing is who we are, always have been, as the autonomous beings of this planet. And because we refuse to look at that truthfully, truly look within, that's why we keep grasping at all of this other shit. The one last thing, and again, if you don't see the great hack, that really deals with the digital stuff, it deals with Cambridge Analytica, it deals with all the data and the metrics that have been used to compile. The other one was, I think it was called either Social Network, but it was the one where the big boy, Pinterest, Google, Facebook, all these people who were the back door, the administrators, the algorithms, all these people, the CEOs of these companies, none of them let their children have social media. None of them. And they actually own this monster. Mm-hmm. And they put out a clarion call. I forgot the title of it. You know the one I'm talking about, right, Sean? I think it was called Social Media or Social Network. They showed the avatar of this person that was being tugged at and pulled at with all these messages and all, you know, the social media thumb, the Instagram, the WhatsApp, the Facebook postings, all that kind of stuff, and then showed how they were manipulating them, drawing out the data analytics, then feeding back the information, keeping them in these silos, which we just saw played out in this last election cycle with the QAnon conspiracy thing, and how they purposely keep feeding people the same thing or keep it, you know, reinforcing their false notions that they have, where they don't look outside of the silo of just supposed like-minded. So you got people further and further being grouped in niches. And in each of these groups, they're then saying, hate the other. And that's where all this division stuff is going on. But after all is said and done, all these groups of people, all these foreigners, all these other individuals are all collecting under this demonocracy that they call democracy, that they call majority rule, but they all agree on one thing: kill the nigger. They all agree on one thing: I don't want to be like them, black folk, etc., whatever. But they have all run from their own societies, countries, and cultures around the planet, claiming there are great things, but they left war, strife, poverty, famine, and they all sitting on my doorstep. Because you know what I'm about to say, because I say it every week. I don't give a damn where you're from. I don't care who you are. Certainly don't care how many genders you created, or whether you come from here or extraterrestrial, off the planet, outside the solar system, or anywhere in the universe. You ain't got to go home because it's last call for alcohol, but you got to get the hell up out of here. And I yield.
Boldness and power, bro.
Thank you, brother, for that. Appreciate it.
We can't hear you, sis.
Child, I'm just a talking. I done said peace and love. I have went on mute. I forgot to call for something. I apologize. Thank you, brother 832. I hope y'all heard the explosion. Real quick before I forget, shout out to the family. They've been sending super chats, so shout out to sis Nary. I hope your genealogy class went well last night. If you all want to trace your family history via genealogy, Check out sis Taneri. She's at BCU University. You can go to the Truth Uncompromised page and YouTube community page, and I've posted the link. They do it every Wednesday. I want to say 8:30. Can't remember if it's Eastern or Central Time. They're running a genealogy showing you how to do it, and they have a great little community going on over there. So give it a check out. I think you just have to sign up to the site, and they're just offering their services to the fam. So shout out, thanks Sis Neri, son Scotty, a shout out to Sis Lisa, and shout out to Robert. Thank you all so much. Okay, so with that said, child, we didn't
I don't have to leave you guys.
What you say, Sis Sandra?
I don't have to say good night.
I know your battery about to run out. Okay. You have any last words, or you out? You want down to your last bar?
I'm down to my last words. I'm going to say good night to everybody.
Okay.
I enjoyed tonight. I really did.
All
thank
right.
you all for participating.
Okay. We enjoyed you too, Sis Sandra. Thanks so much. We'll see you next week if all shakes well.
Okay. You guys have a good night.
Okay. You too. Peace and love.
Night, Miss Sandra.
Okay. Nephew Nuwa, you have any last words for the family? Oh, he out of here. Okay. Brother Odell from the UK, let me unmute you. You have any last words for the family? We so enjoyed you, brother.
Oh, yeah.
He may be gone, too. Child, folks probably sleeping all.
I thought they were going to go sleep.
Okay. All right, so thanks to Sandra. Okay, Brother Odell, thank you so much. And I hope you can come back next week and give us the info. So you can share your screen and go into more details. Son Scotty, you have any last words for the family?
You know, I'm just so like, tonight was just so amazing. I'm just so full. It was so much great information from all the participants, and like, I'm just on that. So it's just a great night, and I, can't wait to see you guys next week. Yeah, just awesome information. I'm just letting it all process, because like we've had to break, and then we came back like full force with just like, from so many demographics. It's like a small channel, but I feel like we're hitting so many different demographics and just topics that, need to be like, have some type of cohesive streamline where it's like, it don't matter your generation or your age or your identity. Like, what Nuwa was saying, we're all this spirit, we're all this energy, we're this vibration. And so like, all this other shit is non-consequential. So Indeed. Peace and love, family. I love you guys for real.
All right. Thank you so much, son. And I do have to say, for the my millennials, y'all showed up and showed out tonight. Even Sister Divinity, she hit me on text, and then she had to jump in the chat, baby, and was like, "Oh my God, I'm loving these millennials that y'all are bringing it. We appreciate you. I want you all to participate, because it's your time now. I'm just the auntie in the back with my scarf on, talking stuff, and offline with my herbal refreshment. That's all I am. This is y'all's time. So, okay, Brother Odell, you got any last words for the family?
I was saying everybody's been on point, all the brothers and sisters. We all know what's going on. The consciousness is rising. We're here. It's fascinating time to be here, watching it all take place. And yeah, let's roll, man. Let's roll. I'll be back next week. But yeah, peace.
All right, Brother Odell from the UK. Shout out to you. I'm so glad you joined us. Yes, please come back next week. Oh, man. Nephew Nuwa got kicked off. All right, nephew. Thank you so much. You showed up and showed out tonight. Thanks to Nisi Poo for bringing us the land report. That was much appreciated. Woo, child. Thank you to 832. You was on point tonight. Truly appreciate it. A shout out to son Antoine in the building. Good to see you, sweet pea. All right, Unc Sean, you got any last words for the family?
Well, your victory lies in creating, not trying to relive the past, because we know what happened in the past. Our ancestors and us as ancestors failed miserably.
Yes.
Create that new reality that you want. Let go of all this bullshit. It's the only way to grab hold of something new. You got to let go of that old. But just remember, before you try to impose that on someone else, check yourself.
Indeed.
Because it all begins with self. Love y'all. Wholeness and power.
All right. Thank you, Brother Sean, as well, for all of your wisdom and knowledge and just hanging in there with me and truly just being a man. Shit. And just understanding that it's not about ego. It's not about, us individually.
Did you mute yourself, sis?
No, ain't this a bitch? No, you can't hear me?
I can hear you now.
Oh, okay then. Ain't that a bitch? I was giving you compliments. See, they didn't want you to get the little compliments I was throwing you. Well, damn. I was thanking you for being you. So it's just appreciated and just realizing the value of letting the next generation, the millennials, start to step into their power. So thank you so much for being you. And thank you, Sis Sandra, for putting up with me and just being the other auntie with our scarves on when we got to get these youngins some of this wisdom. Like, no, honey, no, baby, that ain't where it's at. So, and family, thank you all so much for hanging in there with us. I know this was a long one. Y'all know how it go when we take a little break. We be having a lot of stuff to cover, and we still didn't cover everything, y'all. So we're going to be back next week. We appreciate everyone. So thank you all to the family chat. As usual, y'all were throwing out some gems. It's much appreciated. And thank you to the YouTube family that are listening. So we're going to be back next week. I love you all very much, fam. Peace and love.
We are in the age of truth, freedom, love, prosperity, abundance, and peace. Welcome to Truth